Welcome, and thank you for joining us. This video shares hours of carefully narrated scary stories from abandoned places and forest stories, perfect for nighttime listening. If you enjoy the atmosphere, like, subscribe, and let me know where you're tuning in from. Make yourself comfortable and relax. Story 1. The rules of the Blackwood house were simple, but I broke the most important one. I am writing this from a motel room 3 states away. I have changed my name, I have shaved my head, and I bought a car with cash that cannot be traced back to me. I don't know if they are looking for me. I don't know if it can leave the property. But I know that I can never be comfortable in the dark again. If you are reading this and you see an ad for a live-in house sitter in the rural part of Oregon with a payout that seems too good to be true, please, for the love of God, keep scrolling. I was 25, drowning in credit card debt, and fresh out of a bad breakup. I needed to get away, and I needed money. When I found the listing on a niche job board for high-end domestic staff, it felt like a lifeline. House sitter wanted. 30 days, remote location, $10,000 upon completion. Duties, basic maintenance, security presence, pet care, 10 grand for a month of sitting in a house. I applied immediately. The interview was strange. It wasn't at the house. It was at a diner in a town 40 miles away. The owner, Mr. Blackwood, was a man who looked like he was made of old leather and expensive cologne. He wore a suit that cost more than my life, but his fingernails were dirty, not like a mechanic's dirt. It looked like potting soil. He didn't ask me about my experience. He didn't ask for references. He just stared at me with watery gray eyes. "Are you good at following instructions, Mr. Reed?" he asked. His voice was gravelly and low. "Yes, sir," I said. "I'm very detail-oriented." "Good," he said. He slid a thick envelope across the table. "This is half the money up front. $5,000 cash. You get the other half when I return in 30 days. The keys are in there. The address is on the napkin." I opened the envelope. It was full of $100 bills. My heart started racing. "There are rules," Blackwood said. He leaned in closer. "The house is old. It has quirks. If you cannot follow the rules, you leave. But if you leave early, you owe me the $5,000 back. Understood?" "Understood," I said. "What are the rules?" "They are written on the fridge," he said. He stood up. "One last thing. Do not go into the basement. You feed the dog through the chute in the pantry door. You do not open the basement door for any reason. If you hear noises, ignore them. It's an old house. It settles." He left before I could ask what kind of dog lives in a basement. I drove up there the same day. The house was massive. It sat on a ridge overlooking a valley of dense black pine trees. It was a Victorian style, 3 stories high, painted a dark charcoal gray. It looked like a bruise against the sky. The nearest town was an hour away. The nearest neighbor was, well, I never saw a neighbor. I unlocked the front door and stepped in. The air inside was cold, stagnant. It smelled like cedar and something else, something sweet and metallic, like old copper pennies. The furniture was covered in white sheets. It looked like a mausoleum. I went to the kitchen. It was modern, sleek, and stainless steel, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. On the massive double-door fridge, a piece of paper was taped with black electrical tape. The rules: lock all external doors by sunset. Do not unlock them until sunrise. Close all curtains on the ground floor by 8 p.m. Feed the dog at 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. 5 pounds of raw meat per feeding. Freezer in the garage. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark. Do not enter the basement. Do not speak to the dog. It was weird, extremely weird, but I touched the bulge of cash in my pocket. $10,000. I could pay off my car. I could start over. I told myself it was just an eccentric rich guy with a mean guard dog. The first 3 days were fine, uneventful. I spent my time exploring the upper floors, watching movies on my laptop, and cooking. The house made noises. Sure, the pipes groaned, the floorboards creaked. The wind howled through the valley, making the windows rattle. But that was normal. The dog was the only thing that gave me pause. In the garage, there was a massive chest freezer. It was filled to the brim with plastic-wrapped packages of meat. It wasn't labeled dog food. It just looked like hamburger meat, but darker red. Every morning and evening, I took 5 pounds of the meat, walked to the pantry, and opened the small metal chute on the door. It was like a library book drop. I shoved the meat through. It slid down a metal ramp into the dark below. I expected barking, growling, the sound of claws on concrete, but I never heard a dog. I heard wet sounds, slurping, the sound of meat hitting the floor, and then a soft rhythmic smack, smack, smack as something ate it. It sounded careful, deliberate. On the 4th night, the atmosphere changed. I was sitting in the living room. It was 9 p.m. I had closed the curtains like the rules said. I was reading a book, trying to ignore the silence. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It came from the pantry door. I froze. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Hey, buddy," I called out, my voice sounding thin in the big room. "You still hungry down there?" The scratching stopped. Then a voice came through the door. It was muffled, low, and raspy. "Water," it whispered. I dropped my book. It hit the floor with a loud thud. I stood up, backing away. "Who's there?" "Water," the voice said again. "Thirsty." It didn't sound like a parrot mimicking a human. It sounded like a man whose throat was filled with sand. I can't open the door," I stammered. "Mr. Blackwood said no." Silence. Then a low, guttural sound. Not a growl, a laugh, a dry, wheezing laugh. "Ha, ha, ha." I ran upstairs to the master bedroom and locked the door. I slept with a heavy brass lamp on the nightstand. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. It was the wind, I told myself. Or maybe the pipes. Old houses make vocal sounds. I'm just lonely. My brain is playing tricks on me. I went down to feed the dog. I shoved the meat through the chute. "Good morning," I whispered, feeling stupid. From the darkness of the chute, a sound came back. "Good morning. Read." It knew my name. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet. I scrambled out of the kitchen and hyperventilated in the hallway. How did it know my name? I had never spoken my name in this house. Blackwood knew it. That was it. Was Blackwood in the basement? Was this some sick game? Was he keeping a prisoner down there? My conscience started to eat at me. If there was a person down there living in the dark, eating raw meat, I couldn't just ignore it. But the money and the fear, the primal fear that told me that is not a human voice. A week went by. The activity escalated. At night, I started hearing footsteps, heavy, wet footsteps. They weren't in the basement. They were outside. I obeyed Rule 4. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark. Religiously. but sound travels. I could hear something circling the house. It sounded like someone walking in mud, even when the ground was dry. Slap, slap, slap. Sometimes it would brush against the siding, a long scraping sound like rough sandpaper dragging along the wood. I started drinking. I found Blackwood's liquor cabinet, and I drank whiskey to fall asleep. It was the only way to drown out the sounds. Then came the night of the storm. It was day 14. Halfway through, a massive storm front rolled in over the mountains. Thunder shook the foundation of the house. Lightning turned the night sky into strobe light flashes of violent white. At 10 p.m., the power went out. The house plunged into absolute suffocating darkness. I fumbled for my phone. The flashlight beam cut a weak cone through the black. I remembered there was an emergency generator in the garage. Or at least, I hoped there was. I walked to the kitchen to get the garage keys from the hook. As I passed the pantry door, I stopped. The chute was open. It was supposed to be spring-loaded. It was supposed to snap shut. But it was propped open. A smell wafted out. It was unbearable. It smelled like a butcher shop that had been left in the sun for a week. Rotting meat, iron, and excrement. I shined my light at the chute. A hand was sticking out. It wasn't a dog's paw. It wasn't a human hand. It was pale, almost translucent white. The fingers were impossibly long, at least 8 inches each. They had too many knuckles. They looked like the legs of a giant spider made of bone and wet skin. The fingers were gripping the edge of the chute, holding it open, and then an eye appeared in the opening. It was yellow, no pupil, just a sickly, glowing yellow orb the size of a tennis ball. It stared right at me. "Lights! Out!" The voice hissed from the chute. I screamed. I dropped the keys. I ran. Into the living room. I didn't know what to do. The front door, the car, I needed to get out. But then I remembered Rule 1, lock all external doors. I had done that. But to open them, I needed the keys. The keys I had just dropped in front of the pantry. I was trapped. I huddled behind the sofa in the living room. I gripped a fireplace poker in my shaking hands. I heard the pantry door handle rattle, click, clack. It was locked. Thank God it was locked. Then I heard a sound that made my blood turn to ice, the sound of metal snapping. The hinges. Something was pushing the door from the inside with enough force to shear the metal hinges. Crack! The door fell inward. Heavy, wet footsteps entered the kitchen. Slap, slap, slap. "Reed!" the voice called out. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was loud, and it changed. It shifted pitch. Suddenly it sounded like my mother. "Reed, honey, where are you? It's dark." It was a perfect recording of my mother's voice. But my mother had been dead for 5 years. "Reed, I'm cold. Come give me a hug." I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood. Tears streamed down my face. "Do not speak to the dog," the rule said. The footsteps moved into the hallway. I peeked over the top of the sofa. A flash of lightning illuminated the hallway. I saw it. It was tall. It had to be 7 feet tall, but it was hunched over so its knuckles brushed the floor. It was naked, its skin that same translucent milky white. It was emaciated, ribs poking through the skin like jagged knives. But its belly was distended, swollen and round. It didn't have a face, not really. It had a smooth, flat surface where a face should be, but in the center, a vertical slit opened and closed, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. It turned its head. It didn't have eyes on its face. The yellow eyes were on its shoulders. Two massive glowing orbs embedded in the muscle of its shoulders, scanning the room independently. It walked into the living room. "Come out," it said, using Mr. Blackwood's voice now. "You're fired, Reed. Come out." It sniffed the air. I realized with horror that I had wet myself. The smell of ammonia was sharp in the air. The creature's head snapped toward the sofa. The shoulder eyes focused on my hiding spot. It smiled. The vertical slit opened wide. It lunged. I didn't think. I reacted on pure adrenaline. I vaulted over the back of the sofa and sprinted for the stairs. The creature was fast, unnaturally fast. It moved like a cockroach, skittering on all fours. I felt a rush of air as a claw swiped at my ankle. I kicked back, connecting with something wet and hard. I scrambled up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. I heard it crashing into the banister below. I ran into the master bedroom. I slammed the door. I locked it. I dragged the heavy dresser in front of the door. I backed away to the window. Boom! The door shook. Boom! Wood splintered. "Open the door, Reed," it whispered. It was, using my own voice now, "I just want to play." I looked at the window. It was a 20-foot drop to the backyard. I didn't care. I grabbed the bedside lamp and smashed the window. The glass shattered outward. The wind and rain roared into the room. Behind me, the bedroom door gave way. The dresser was pushed aside like it was made of cardboard. I climbed onto the sill. I looked back. The creature was standing in the doorway. It rose to its full height. It was almost touching the ceiling. Its shoulder eyes glowed in the darkness. It raised a long, pale finger and pointed at me. "You broke the rules." I jumped. I hit the wet grass hard. I felt something snap in my leg, a sharp, white-hot bolt of agony. I screamed, rolling in the mud. I couldn't walk. I had to crawl. I crawled through the mud, dragging my broken leg. The rain was blinding. I heard the creature leap from the window above. It landed with a heavy, wet thud 10 feet behind me. I crawled toward the driveway, my car. I kept a spare key in a magnetic box under the wheel well. It was an old habit, a habit that was about to save my life. "Reed!" it hissed. It was right behind me. I could smell the rot. I could hear its wet breathing. I reached the car. My fingers fumbled for the magnetic box. I found it. I ripped the key out. A cold, wet hand wrapped around my good ankle. I screamed and kicked with my broken leg. The pain was blinding, enough to make me vomit. But a heel of my boot connected with something soft. The creature screeched, a sound like metal tearing. It let go. I pulled myself into the driver's seat. I jammed a key in the ignition. "Please start. Please start." The engine roared to life. The creature slammed against the driver's side window. Its face, that smooth, faceless horror, pressed against the glass. The vertical mouth opened and it shrieked. I threw the car into reverse. I floored it. The car shot backward. The creature was thrown off. I spun, the wheel shifting into drive, and tore down the driveway. I didn't look back. I drove on the rim of a flat tire for 10 miles. I drove until the engine started smoking. I drove until I saw the lights of a 24-hour gas station. I crashed the car into a bollard in front of the station. The attendant, a teenager with acne, ran out. "Dude, are you okay?" I fell out of the car, bleeding, covered in mud, my leg twisted at a wrong angle. "Call the police," I sobbed. "Call them now." The police went to the house. I told them everything from my hospital bed. They looked at me like I was on drugs. They tested my blood. I was clean except for the alcohol. They told me what they found. The house was empty. The front door was locked. The bedroom door was broken, yes, but they said it looked like I had smashed it with the dresser in a fit of psychosis. They checked the basement. There's no dog, the officer told me, just an empty room, dirt floor, and a pile of old bones. Animal bones, deer mostly. And Mr. Blackwood? I asked. We looked into the owner, the officer said, flipping through his notebook. The house is owned by a trust. The last living member of the Blackwood family died 40 years ago. There is no Mr. Blackwood. I froze, but I met him. I have his money, $5,000 cash. I told them to check my backpack, which they had recovered from the car. They opened it. The envelope was there, but it wasn't full of money. It was full of old dry leaves, and among the leaves there were fingernails, dozens of them. Dirty, soil-covered fingernails. I screamed until they sedated me. They released me a week later. They ruled it a mental breakdown brought on by isolation and alcohol. But I know the truth. I know because of what I found in my pocket when I put on my jeans to leave the hospital. It was a piece of paper, small, crumpled, and damp. It wasn't there when I jumped out the window. I unfolded it with trembling hands. It was a note, written in a shaky, jagged scrawl, as if written by a hand that had too many joints. You owe me $5,000. I will come to collect. I ran. I'm still running. But last night, in this cheap motel room, I woke up at 3 a.m. The room was silent, but from the bathroom I heard a sound. Slap, slap, slap. And then the sound of the toilet flushing, followed by a voice. My voice. Water. I am typing this fast. I'm leaving now. If you ever see a job listing for the Blackwood house, burn it. Just burn it. This story has come to an end. Let's start the next. We camped in a clearing that wasn't there the next morning. The argument started over the map. Jess spread it out on the hood of her battered Subaru, the afternoon sun glinting off the laminated surface. See? Right here, Whisper Falls trailhead. 3 miles in, there's supposed to be a perfect camping spot, flat ground, a spring, even an old fire ring. My cousin swears by it. She tapped a spot marked with a tiny blue droplet symbol. Says it's the only place in the black spruce wilderness that doesn't have mosquitoes the size of hummingbirds. I squinted at the map. The grid lines were faded, the trail markings smudged. This thing looks older than my grandpa's hunting rifle, Jess. And your cousin Dave, the guy who got lost in the Walmart parking lot last Christmas? I don't know. The forest around the trailhead parking lot was already unnerving. Ancient pines, their bark deeply furrowed like the skin of giants, crowded close to the asphalt. The air smelled thickly of damp earth and pine resin, but underneath it, a faint, sweetish odor lingered, like overripe fruit left in a damp cellar. The usual forest sounds were absent. No birdsong, no squirrels chattering, just a deep, watchful silence that pressed against my eardrums. A hand-painted sign nailed to a post near the trailhead read, "Respect the quiet. Some things sleep." It looked weathered, the wood bleached gray, the lettering faded, but still legible. Below it, someone had carved a crude symbol into the post, a circle with a single jagged line through it. "Dave's fine," Jess insisted, shoving the map into her pack. "He just has a bad sense of direction. Unlike us, we have GPS." She brandished her phone triumphantly. The screen flickered, showing 1 bar of signal, then dropped to 0 as she stepped away from the car. She frowned, shaking it. Must be the tree cover. It'll pick up on the trail. Come on, Ben, it's barely 2 p.m. We'll be set up by dinner. Think of the stars tonight. No light pollution for miles. Her enthusiasm was infectious, a shield against the creeping unease the silent woods gave me. I'd agreed to this trip, a long weekend backpacking trip to reconnect with nature after my layoff, partly because I needed the distraction and partly because Jess's bright, stubborn energy was hard to refuse. I should have trusted my gut when the Subaru's GPS died completely 10 miles back, replaced by a screen full of static snow. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, the path barely visible beneath a thick carpet of pine needles. The deeper we went, the heavier the silence became. The sweet, cloying smell grew stronger, mingling with the pine until it was almost overwhelming. It wasn't unpleasant exactly. It reminded me of the vanilla-scented candles my grandmother used to burn, but mixed with something sharper, like ozone after a storm. Jess chattered about work, about her new apartment, about anything to fill the void, but her voice sounded thin and swallowed by the trees. Even our footsteps seemed muffled, as if the forest floor was absorbing sound. After an hour, the GPS on Jess's phone remained stubbornly dead. The trail markers, faded blue diamonds nailed to trees, became sparse, then vanished entirely. We stopped at a fork where no marker existed. One path looked slightly more trodden, dipping down into a ravine. The other climbed a steep, rocky slope. "I think it's this way," Jess said, pointing to the downward path, her confidence wavering. "Downhill usually leads to water, right? The spring—" I looked up the rocky slope. Sunlight dappled through the branches ahead, illuminating a patch of startlingly bright green moss on a boulder. It felt inviting, warm. "What about up there? That light looks promising. Maybe it opens up." Jess sighed, wiping sweat from her brow. "Ben, we've been walking uphill for an hour. My knees are killing." "Me? Down is easier. And water. We need water." She started down the ravine path without waiting. Reluctantly, I followed. The ravine deepened quickly. The walls rose on either side, covered in thick moss and veined with dark, wet rock. The air grew colder, damper. The sweet smell intensified, now carrying a distinct undertone of decay. Wet leaves left too long in a sealed bag. The path became slick mud. We slipped and slid, grabbing at roots and branches to stay upright. The silence was absolute now. No wind in the high branches, no distant animal calls. Just the squelch of our boots and our own ragged breathing. "Jess," I started, my voice low. "This doesn't feel right. That smell, it's getting worse, and it's so quiet. Too quiet." She stopped, leaning against a mossy boulder, breathing hard. Her face was pale beneath the sweat. "I know," she admitted quietly, her bravado gone. "I know it's weird, but we're committed now. Turning back feels worse." She pointed ahead, where the ravine walls seemed to narrow almost to a point. "Look, there's light ahead. Maybe it opens up. Maybe that's the clearing." We pushed forward, the mud sucking at our boots. The narrow passage opened abruptly. We stepped into paradise. The clearing was perhaps 50 yards across, perfectly circular, ringed by towering ancient pines whose branches formed a dense green canopy high above. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the leaves, dappling the thick carpet of emerald moss that covered the entire ground. In the center, a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from a crack in a smooth, flat stone, forming a small, perfectly still pool before vanishing underground again. Wildflowers, vibrant purple lupines, delicate white trilliums, dotted the moss near the water's edge. The air hummed with warmth and that same sweet vanilla ozone scent. But here it was clean, inviting, almost intoxicating. The oppressive silence of the forest was gone, replaced by the gentle, musical trickle of the spring and the soft sigh of a breeze high in the canopy. It felt like stepping into a painting, a sanctuary. "Oh, my God," Jess breathed, her exhaustion forgotten. "It's perfect, just like Dave said." She dropped her pack with a thud, already pulling out her water filter. "See? Told you we'd find it." I couldn't argue. The clearing radiated peace. The fear that had coiled in my gut since the trailhead dissolved, replaced by profound relief. We set up camp quickly, pitching our small tent on the thick, springy moss near the spring, filtering water that tasted pure and cold, gathering dry twigs for a fire. As dusk painted the sky in streaks of orange and purple, we sat by the crackling fire, eating rehydrated stew, laughing at how worried we'd been. The stars emerged, brilliant and countless, undimmed by any city glow. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like spilled diamonds. The only sounds were the fire's pop, the spring's gentle murmur, and the soft rustle of the breeze in the high branches. It was the most beautiful, peaceful place I'd ever been. The perfect escape. Jess fell asleep first, curled in her sleeping bag inside the tent. I stayed up, mesmerized by the stars, the warmth of the fire on my face, the sweet scent filling my lungs. That's when I first heard it, faint, almost beneath the crackling fire, a whisper, not words, just a soft, rhythmic hush, 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 like breath escaping lips. It seemed to come from the edge of the clearing near the ring of trees. I scanned the darkness, my firelight barely reaching the first trunks. Nothing moved, just the deep shadows between the pines. I told myself it was the wind in the high branches, though the breeze had died down. I added more wood to the fire, the flames leaping higher, casting longer, dancing shadows that seemed to twitch at the edge of the clearing. The hush, hush sound stopped. I relaxed, sipping warm tea, watching the embers glow. I must have dozed off. I woke with a start, shivering. The fire had burned down to coals. The clearing was cold, the sweet scent gone, replaced by a damp, earthy chill. And the whispering was back, louder now, clearer, not just hush, hush, but layered voices, dry and papery like dead leaves skittering on stone. They seemed to come from all around the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the dying firelight. Stay, sleep, stay. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering. Jess slept soundly beside me, oblivious. I grabbed my headlamp, clicking it on. The beam cut through the gloom, sweeping the edge of the clearing. The moss stopped abruptly at the tree line. Beyond it, the forest was pure black. I saw nothing, but the whispering intensified, swirling around us like smoke. Warm, safe, stay, sleep. It wasn't threatening. It was soothing, seductive, promising comfort, promising an end to the fear, the job loss, the gnawing uncertainty that had followed me into these woods. Just close your eyes. Stay. Sleep. Forever. The voice that spoke those words in my head wasn't strange. It was my own voice, but calm, peaceful, free of all worry. It felt like home. I shook my head violently, slapping my cheek. Wake up! I stumbled to my feet, grabbing Jess's shoulder. Jess, wake up! We have to go now! She startled awake, disoriented. Ben, what's wrong? Did you hear a bear? No bear. Worse. We have to pack, right now. Leave everything but the essentials. Water, headlamps. Go! My voice was tight with panic. I started frantically stuffing sleeping bags into stuff sacks, my hands trembling. The whispering rose to a chorus, no longer soothing, but insistent, almost angry. Stay, sleep, warm, safe. The fire, which had been nearly dead, flared violently, not with orange flame, but with a sickly, greenish light that cast long, distorted shadows that writhed on the moss. The sweet vanilla smell surged back, thick and cloying, making my head swim. Jess was scrambling now, wide-eyed with terror, grabbing her pack. We abandoned the tent, the stove, most of our food. We only kept water bottles, headlamps, and our rain jackets. As we shouldered our packs, I took one last look back at the clearing. In the dying, eerie green light, the perfect circle of moss looked different. The vibrant green seemed leached away near the edges. The wildflowers by the spring were withered, blackened stalks. And the spring itself. The water wasn't clear anymore. It was thick, slow-moving, the color of weak tea. The whispering wasn't just voices now. It was a physical pressure, a vibration in my bones that whispered, "Stay, sleep, belong." "Don't look back," Jess gasped, grabbing my arm. "Just run!" We crashed into the forest, away from the ravine, scrambling blindly uphill, following the faint memory of the slope we'd rejected hours before. We didn't stop to check the trail, didn't care about noise. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs gave out, collapsing against the massive trunk of an ancient pine. Dawn was bleeding gray light through the canopy. The cloying sweetness was gone, replaced by the sharp, clean scent of pine and damp earth. The forest sounds had returned, tentative birdsong, the chatter of a distant squirrel. The oppressive silence was broken. We were safe. We'd escaped. We sat there for an hour, catching our breath, drinking warm water, shaking off the remnants of terror. The sun climbed higher, warming our faces. The nightmare of the clearing felt like a bad dream already fading. We found the blue diamond trail marker we'd passed before the fork, half hidden by ferns. Relief washed over me so strong I almost wept. We followed the markers back to the trailhead, the Subaru a blessed sight in the parking lot. We drove out in exhausted silence, stopping only for strong coffee at a dusty roadside diner 10 miles from the highway. The taste of cheap coffee, the drone of the highway, the sight of other cars, it all felt like re-entering the real world after a fever dream. We didn't talk much about the clearing on the drive back to Portland. We dismissed it as exhaustion, dehydration, a shared stress hallucination fueled by bad trail mix and isolation. We laughed about it weekly, calling it the Siren Spring. We told Dave it was great, just as he remembered. We buried the memory under work, city noise, and the comforting glow of screens. 3 weeks later, I was cleaning out the Subaru's trunk, tossing empty water bottles and muddy boots into the garage. Something crinkled under my foot. I'd missed a pocket in Jess's old backpack. Inside was a small Ziploc baggie of trail mix, and tucked beside it a single, perfect pine needle. It was unnaturally long, deep green, and smelled faintly, unmistakably, of vanilla and ozone. I dropped it like it was burning. My blood turned to ice. I hadn't seen Jess since the trip. We'd drifted, the shared trauma somehow creating a distance instead of a bond. I called her immediately. Her phone went straight to voicemail. I drove to her apartment. Her landlord said she'd moved out suddenly a week ago. Left in a hurry, he'd muttered, polishing his glasses. Took most things, but left some boxes in the storage unit. Said she'd be back for them. Never came back. I had the key. I went down to the dim concrete storage unit. Jess's things were scattered. Clothes and boxes, books, her hiking gear. In the corner, half buried under a sleeping bag, was her small camping stove. And on top of it, arranged with meticulous care, were hundreds of pine needles. Not just any pine needles, long, deep green ones, identical to the one in the Subaru. They weren't scattered, they were placed, forming words on the metal surface. Come sleep. I backed out of the unit slowly, my breath coming in short gasps. I called the police, reported her missing. They took a report, asked questions, checked her phone records. The last call was to me, the night we got back from the trip. They found no signs of foul play at her apartment, just packed suitcases as if she'd planned to leave. But she was gone, vanished. I went back to the storage unit alone a week later, against my better judgment. The pine needles were gone. The stove was clean. But on the dusty concrete floor right where the stove had been, someone or something had traced letters into grime with a finger or a claw. You smell like her. I ran. I left the city. I moved to a high-rise apartment in Seattle, far from any forest. I sleep with the lights on. I jump at shadows. But the worst part isn't the fear. It's the smell. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the city noise fades for a moment, I catch it, faint, drifting through the cracked window. Vanilla and ozone, and underneath it, the dry, papery whisper, not in my ears, but inside my skull, in my own voice, calm and peaceful, warm, safe. Stay, sleep. I keep a suitcase packed by the door, but I know it's pointless. The clearing wasn't just a place in the woods, it was a door, and it's still open. It found Jess through the pine needles. It found me through the memory of her scent. It knows where I live. It knows my name. It knows the exact shade of comfort I crave when the world feels too loud and too sharp. Last Tuesday, I found a single, perfect pine needle on my pillow. I threw it out the window, my hand shaking. But that night, as I lay rigid in the dark, listening to the city hum, I felt the mattress dip slightly beside me. Not a weight, a presence, cold. And the whisper came, softer than breath, carrying the scent of deep earth and forgotten springs. We saved your spot. I haven't slept since. I sit by the window now, watching the city lights, the suitcase open at my feet. The pine needle on the windowsill glows faintly in the streetlight. I know if I look out, past the buildings, towards the distant mountains on the horizon, I'll see it. Not a shape, just a patch of deeper darkness between the city lights. A perfect circle, waiting. The clearing is always there. It just needs an invitation. It just needs me to close my eyes, just once, to breathe in that sweet, sweet air, to feel the moss beneath me, to hear the spring's gentle murmur, to finally sleep. The suitcase is packed, but my feet won't move towards the door. The whisper is warm. The darkness outside the window looks soft, like moss, like home. The pine needle on the sill trembles as if touched by an unfelt breeze. I smell vanilla. I smell ozone. I smell the deep, wet earth of a place that doesn't exist on any map. My eyelids feel so heavy, so warm. Just a little sleep, just for a moment. The clearing is waiting, It remembers my name. It saved my spot. The city lights blur. The whisper becomes a lullaby. The darkness between the buildings deepens, forming a perfect circle. I lean forward, just to see, just to rest my eyes. The pine needle on the windowsill glows brighter, a tiny green light in the room. It spells a single word on the dusty glass, written in condensation that wasn't there before. Yes, that's where this tale ends. Now, another waits just beyond the shadows. I found a house, standing alone in the clearing. Its front door was breathing. I didn't mean to find it. I was just following the creek bed, trying to reorient myself after my compass failed and my phone died somewhere between mile marker 12 and the bend where the old logging road vanished into undergrowth. The map I'd bought at a gas station, a hand-drawn thing on yellowed paper, had promised a shortcut through Blackwood Forest to Highway 97. It hadn't mentioned the silence, or the way the trees leaned inward until their branches locked overhead like clasped fingers, sealing out the sky. The air changed first. One moment I was trudging through damp ferns beneath a canopy that still let in slivers of afternoon sun. The next, I stepped into a pocket of cold so sudden it stole my breath. The scent shifted too, from pine resin and wet earth to something sweetly metallic, like copper left in rain, undercut by the cloying perfume of rotting lilies. And the birds, they stopped mid-call, not gradually, not one by one, all at once, as if someone had flipped a switch labeled sound. That's when I saw the clearing. It shouldn't have existed. Blackwood was old growth, dense, unbroken forest stretching for miles in every direction according to every survey I'd studied, but there it was, a perfect circle of open space, maybe 50 yards across, ringed by pines so tall their tops disappeared into low-hanging mist. And in the center, a house, not a cabin, not a shack, a proper two-story farmhouse, with white clapboard siding gone gray with age, a wraparound porch sagging under decades of snow loads, and a stone chimney that clawed at the overcast sky. It looked like it had been lifted from a 1940s postcard and dropped here, untouched by time, except for the creeping ivy strangling its foundation and the moss carpeting its roof like green fur. But it was the front door that stopped me cold. It was breathing. Not metaphorically, not the illusion of wind making wood groan. The door itself, the solid oak slab studded with iron nails, was expanding and contracting in slow, rhythmic pulses. Inhale, the wood swelled outward, the grain tightening like stretched skin. Exhale, it shrank back, the surface rippling as if muscles lay beneath the finish. Each cycle lasted about 8 seconds. In, out, steady as a sleeping giant's chest. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Warped wood settling, trapped moisture expanding in the day's residual heat, optical illusion caused by exhaustion and dehydration. But my body knew better. Every hair on my arm stood up. My stomach clenched. This wasn't decay. This was respiration. The house was alive, and it was watching me. I should have turned back, should have crashed through the underbrush in any direction, desperate to escape this impossible geometry. But my feet wouldn't obey. They carried me forward, drawn by a terrible, seductive curiosity. The same impulse that makes you press on a bruise or stare into an abyss. The grass in the clearing was unnaturally short, cropped close to the earth as if grazed by invisible sheep. No weeds, no wildflowers, just uniform green blades trembling slightly, though there was no wind. 20 feet from the porch, I smelled it again. That sweet, rotten lily scent, stronger now, mixed with something else. The ozone tang of static electricity before a storm, and beneath it, a vibration. Not sound, not quite. A subsonic thrumming that resonated in my molars, my sternum, the hollows behind my eyes. The rhythm matched the door's breathing, in, out, in, out. The windows were dark, not empty dark, but depthless, like staring into wells filled with ink. Yet I felt eyes on me, dozens of them, from the attic gable, from the parlor window, from the gap beneath the porch steps, watching, waiting, patient. I stopped at the bottom of the porch stairs. The wood groaned under my weight, not the dry crack of old timber, but a wet, organic sigh. The door's breathing hitched. For 3 full seconds it held its breath, then resumed faster now. In, out, in, out, like a heart racing. A voice spoke from inside, not through the door, not from a window. It formed directly in my skull, bypassing my ears entirely. A woman's voice, young but weary, layered with harmonics that made it sound both close and impossibly distant. You've been walking so long I couldn't speak. My throat had closed tight. Your boots are worn. Your pack is heavy. Your bones ache for rest. The voice wasn't threatening. It was maternal, tender. The road outside doesn't lead anywhere you want to go, but here you can stop. Here you can be known. A memory surfaced. My grandmother's kitchen when I was 6, sick with fever. Her hand on my forehead. Her voice humming a lullaby I couldn't quite recall. The absolute certainty that I was safe. The house radiated that same feeling, not safety from danger, but safety from loneliness, from being unseen. Come inside, the voice urged, just for a while. Lay down your burdens. Let someone else carry them. I took a step onto the porch. The floorboard sighed beneath me, warm as living flesh. Another step. The door's breathing slowed, deepened, in, out, matching my own now, synchronizing. I reached for the doorknob. It was cold, smooth, turned easily in my hand. The door opened inward with a sigh of stale air carrying the scent of beeswax, dried lavender, and something faintly animal, like warm fur or breath. Beyond wasn't darkness, not emptiness. A hallway stretched before me, lit by sourceless golden light that revealed every detail with impossible clarity. The walls were papered in faded floral patterns. A runner of crimson carpet covered the floorboards. Portraits lined the walls, dozens of them, all of people in clothing from different eras. Their faces were kind, but sorrowful, their eyes following me as I passed. At the end of the hall, a staircase curved upward into shadow. I stepped inside. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click. No handle on this side, no way back. But I didn't want to go back. The silence here wasn't oppressive. It was welcoming, like coming home after a long journey. The voice spoke again, not in my head this time, but from the parlor to my left. Welcome, Elias. I froze. I hadn't told anyone my name, hadn't spoken it aloud since leaving the trailhead 3 days ago. The parlor was frozen in 1947. A fireplace dominated one wall, cold ashes in the hearth. Furniture sat under yellowed antimacassars. A tea table held cups, still half full of liquid, long since evaporated, leaving only dark rings in the porcelain. And standing by the window, her back to me, was a woman in a floral dress. Her hair was pulled back in a loose bun, her shoulders narrow beneath the thin fabric. "You're not the first to find the door," she said, without turning. Her voice was the same one from my skull, but softer now, frayed at the edges with decades of use. "But you might be the last." "Who are you?" I managed to whisper. "I was the first guest," she said, turning slowly. Her face was beautiful but worn, her eyes holding centuries of sorrow. "I came here in '38, running from a husband who broke more than my ribs. The house called to me, offered shelter. I stayed one night, then another, then I never left." She gestured to the far wall. A portrait hung there, of a man in a work shirt, his face kind but weary. His eyes were the same as the woman's, deep pools of endless sorrow. "He's not really him," she said, following my gaze. "Just the house wearing his shape, offering me the comfort I craved, and I accepted. Because the alternative, walking forever in circles, never finding peace, was worse than becoming part of the walls." She stepped closer, her hand outstretched. "The house appears to those who are lost, not just in the woods, in life, in themselves. It offers rest, an end to wandering. All you have to do is stay." Behind her, the window wasn't glass, it was a perfect mirror, and in its reflection I saw what I hadn't seen before. The parlor wasn't empty. Dozens of people sat in the chairs, stood by the walls, knelt by the fireplace, all in clothing from different eras. Their faces were peaceful, their hands folded in their laps, and among them other shapes, taller, thinner things with limbs that bent in too many places, their faces smooth and dark as river stones. They weren't threatening the guests. They were tending to them, covering them with blankets woven from moss and vine, brushing hair from fevered brows with fingers that tapered into delicate twigs. "We don't hurt anyone," the woman said, following my gaze to the mirror. "We just incorporate. The house gets lonely. It remembers what it was like to have voices, to have stories. So it keeps the ones who wander too deep, not as prisoners, as companions." She reached out and took my hand. Her skin was cool, slightly rough, like bark after rain. And in that touch I felt it, not malice, not hunger, but a profound ancient sadness, the loneliness of something that had watched generations of humans build and abandon and forget, while it remained constant and unchanging. The house didn't want to kill me. It wanted to keep me, to add my voice to its chorus, to have someone to watch over. "You can leave tomorrow if you want," she whispered, her thumb stroking my knuckles. "The paths will lead you out at dawn. But ask yourself this, out there, who watches over you? Who notices when you're afraid? Who offers you rest when your feet are bleeding from walking?" Tears streamed down my face, not from fear anymore, from recognition, from the terrible truth in her words. I had been alone for years, truly alone, and the thing in this house, whatever it was, had been watching me since I arrived, not with predatory intent, but with a kind of desperate tenderness. It had appeared as a breathing door, not to trap me, but to offer sanctuary. It was lonely, and it had mistaken my solitude for kinship. I lay down on the settee beside the woman. She covered me with a blanket that smelled of pine needles and damp earth. The golden light dimmed, the mirror window darkened, and as I closed my eyes, I felt cool fingers brush the hair from my forehead. Not the woman's fingers, something else, something older. And for the first time in years, I slept without dreaming. I woke at dawn to birdsong, real birdsong, chickadees and jays calling to one another in the canopy. Sunlight streamed through the window, which was once again just a window, grimy and cracked. The parlor was empty, the settee beside me undisturbed. I sat up slowly, expecting terror, but feeling only a deep, resonant calm. I walked down the hall. The front door stood open, revealing the clearing where I'd camped. My pack sat just inside the threshold, untouched. I stepped outside. The door vanished behind me, not with a bang, but with a soft sigh, as if it had never been there at all. The path back to the creek bed was clear. I reached the highway by noon, got a motel room that night, ordered takeout, watched television until my eyes grew heavy. But as I lay in that anonymous bed, I realized something was wrong. The silence of the motel room didn't feel empty anymore. It felt expectant. And when I closed my eyes to sleep, I saw it, not in dreams, but in the darkness behind my eyelids. The house, standing alone in a perfect circle of green, its front door swelling gently, in, out, waiting. Because I understand now, you don't escape a place like that house by leaving its clearing. You escape by refusing its invitation. And I didn't refuse. I accepted, not with words, but with surrender, with the relief of being seen. The house didn't follow me home. I brought it with me. It's in the silence between heartbeats, in the way shadows pool just a little too deeply in the corners of my apartment, in the faint, sweet smell of rotten lilies that appears sometimes when I'm alone. And at night, when I wake, gasping from a nightmare, I'm never truly alone. Something is always there in the darkness beside the bed, not threatening, not speaking, just watching, keeping vigil, making sure I never have to be afraid in the dark again. Last week, I saw a man sitting alone in a bus station, staring into his coffee with the hollow eyes of someone who has been walking too long. I almost called out to him, almost told him about a house that appears when you're truly lost, about a place where someone would always be waiting to offer you rest. I didn't say anything, but that night I drew a map on a napkin, just lines at first, a road branching off a highway, a forest with no name, a clearing with a single house at its center. My hand moved without my conscious direction, the pen tracing shapes I'd never seen, but somehow knew by heart. When I finished, I folded the napkin and put it in my pocket. I don't know who I'll give it to yet, but I know I will, because the house gets lonely, and it has taught me how to listen for the lost ones. I found a house standing alone in the clearing. Its front door was breathing, not because it was hungry, but because some souls aren't meant to walk alone. And the door is always waiting to welcome them home. That's where this tale ends. Now, another waits just beyond the shadows. The forest doesn't let go of what it takes into its dark heart. I went looking for my brother. That's the simple truth. Not ghosts, not mysteries, not some cursed artifact whispered about in back alley folklore forums. Just Daniel, my older brother by 3 years, my protector since I was 6, and he'd shoved a schoolyard bully into a mud puddle for calling me freak. He'd vanished on October 17th while hiking Blackwood Ridge, a solo trip to clear his head after his divorce. His truck was found parked at the trailhead, keys in the ignition, half a protein bar still wrapped on the passenger seat. No signs of struggle, no footprints leading away from the vehicle. Just silence. and a single word carved into the driver's side door was something sharp. Listen! The search party gave up after 10 days. Too much terrain, they said. Too many ravines. Too many caves. Too many places a man could fall and never be found. But I knew better. Daniel wouldn't just fall. He was a climber, a tracker, a man who could read the land like a book. If he'd gone missing, it wasn't an accident. Something had taken him, and that something left a message. I waited until the snow melted, until the forest opened its maw wide enough for a lone hiker to slip inside unnoticed. I packed light, water filter, knife, sleeping bag, a voice recorder. Daniel always carried one. Maybe he'd left something behind. And the only clue I had, a topographic map marked with a red X over a section labeled Devil's Throat Gorge, circled in his handwriting with the note, "They sing here at dusk." The road to Black Root Ridge wasn't on any official map. I followed a dirt track that turned to mud, then to moss-slick stone, then to nothing at all. The trees changed as I climbed, pines growing taller, straighter, their branches interlocking overhead until sunlight became a rumor. And the silence, it wasn't empty. It was watchful, heavy. It pressed against my eardrums until I found myself straining to hear anything at all. A bird, a squirrel, the distant rush of a creek. There was nothing. Just the whisper of wind through pine needles high above, a sound that felt less like weather and more like slow, deliberate breathing. I reached Devil's Throat Gorge at dusk on the third day, a narrow canyon carved by an ancient river, its walls sheer black rock slick with moisture. At its mouth, the air grew colder. The scent of wet stone and something faintly sweet, like rotten lilies, clung to the back of my throat. And there, tucked beneath an overhang where no rain could reach it, I found Daniel's backpack, unzipped, empty except for his voice recorder. I pressed play. His voice was calm at first, steady, the voice he used when teaching me to tie knots or start a fire. October 17th, 4:32 p.m., Devil's Throat Gorge. Acoustic properties are unusual. Sound doesn't echo here. It absorbs. Like the walls are listening. A pause. The crunch of boots on gravel. Wait, do you hear that? Silence on the recording. Then faint but unmistakable. Singing. Not human voices. Not animal calls. A low resonant hum that vibrated in the bones rather than the ears. Harmonies that shouldn't have been possible, notes layered in ways that made the air itself feel thick. "They're not coming from the gorge," Daniel whispered, his voice tight with awe, not fear. "They're coming from the trees, from the rocks, from the earth itself. It's beautiful." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, softer, slower, as if drugged. "It knows my name. It's singing it back to me, not the way I say it, the way it should be said, the way it's meant to be heard." A rustling, a sharp intake of breath. Then, clear as day, a voice that wasn't Daniel's, but close enough to make my blood freeze, whispered through the recorder. "Stay. Become. Belong." Asterisk. The recording ended there. I sat in the gathering dark, the recorder clutched in trembling hands. That's when I saw them. The figures, standing at the edge of the tree line beyond the gorge, tall and impossibly thin, their limbs elongated like stretched taffy. Their faces were smooth, featureless ovals that caught the last sliver of twilight like polished river stones. They didn't move, didn't approach, just watched with eyes that weren't eyes, but surfaces, dark, reflective planes that showed distorted versions of my own terrified face. One raised a hand, not in threat, in invitation. I should have run, should have fled back down the mountain while I still could. But Daniel was out there, and the thing wearing his voice on that recorder, it knew his name, knew it in a way that felt true, maybe truer than I'd ever known it. I followed them. The forest closed around me like a fist. Trees leaned inward until their branches locked overhead, sealing out the stars. The ground softened beneath my boots, not with mud, but with something alive, moss that pulsed faintly with each step, roots that shifted to guide my feet along paths that hadn't existed moments before. The singing grew louder, not from ahead, but from everywhere, from the air, from the soil, from my own bones. A melody without notes, just vibration, just presence. After what felt like hours but couldn't have been more than 20 minutes, I broke into a clearing. In the center stood a structure, not a house, not a cabin. It was built from the forest itself, walls of interwoven branches sealed with hardened sap, a roof of overlapping pine boughs, windows formed by gaps in the weave that showed only darkness within. But the shape was unmistakably domestic, a small cabin, perhaps 12 by 15 feet, with a stone chimney protruding from the roof, though no smoke rose from it. And on the crude wooden door, carved with impossible precision, was a symbol, a spiral of interlocking circles that hurt to look at directly, as if the lines shifted when not observed. The singing was loudest here, not coming from the cabin, but from the air around it, a shimmering curtain of sound that made the space between trees waver like heat haze, and the whispering had resolved into clear, distinct words spoken by multiple voices overlapping in harmony. He's waiting. He's part of the song now. You will stay. You will listen. You will become part of the quiet. Asterisk, I stepped forward. The door opened inward without a sound. Inside was not darkness, not emptiness. The cabin was filled with light, not from any visible source, but a soft, sourceless radiance that revealed every detail with impossible clarity. And standing in the center of the single room was Daniel, or something wearing his shape. He looked exactly as I remembered. Same unruly brown hair, same crooked smile, but his skin had the faint translucence of old porcelain. His eyes were open, unblinking, fixed on a point just beyond me. And in his arms, he cradled a music box made of dark wood and mother of pearl, its lid open, its tiny cylinder turning though no hand touched it. The melody pouring from the box was the same one from the recorder, but here, in this space, it was complete, whole, and beneath it I heard what I hadn't heard on the tape. Words, not spoken, but woven into the notes themselves. A lullaby in a language that had no name, but felt ancient in my bones. Sleep now, little root. Drink the dark earth deep. Your branches will remember the promises you keep. Daniel's lips didn't move. The words came from the music itself. And as the melody swelled, I understood with terrifying clarity that he wasn't playing the box. He was part of it. His body swayed in time with the cylinder's rotation. His breath rose and fell with the melody's phrasing. He had become an instrument, a component in a larger composition that the forest itself was performing. "Danny?" I whispered. His eyes shifted, not toward me, toward the space just behind my shoulder. And in that gaze I saw recognition, not of my face, but of something deeper, a resonance, a frequency we shared. "You hear it too," the music whispered through his still lips. "You've always heard it," the song beneath silence. the rhythm in the spaces between heartbeats. You came because you were called, not by the recorder, by the absence it tried to fill. I took a step forward. The figure that had led me here stood just outside the doorway, its blank face tilted slightly as if observing, not blocking, not threatening, just watching. Daniel extended his free hand toward me. His fingers were long, elegant, tipped with nails the color of weathered bark. From his palm drifted motes of light, not fireflies, but something more fundamental, visible sound waves given temporary form. They drifted toward me like dandelion seeds on a breeze. "Listen," the music urged, "just listen. Let go of the noise. Become quiet. Become part of the quiet ***. I reached for his hand, and in that moment I saw the truth. The walls of the cabin weren't made of woven branches. They were made of bodies. Dozens of them, fused together at the molecular level, faces pressed against the interior surface with expressions of perfect peace, limbs elongated and intertwined to form the structure's support beams, spines curved to create the roof's arch. They weren't dead. They were incorporated. Their mouths moved in silent harmony with the melody. Their chests rose and fell in unison. They were the chorus, the foundation, the forest's memory made of flesh. And Daniel, my brother, wasn't their keeper. He was their newest voice, the one who had followed the song deepest and become its bridge to the world of the lost. I stumbled back, breaking the connection. The music faltered. The light in the cabin dimmed, and Daniel's face, my brother's face, contorted not in anger, but in profound sorrow. A single tear traced a path down his porcelain cheek, and where it fell to the needle-strewn ground, a sapling erupted from the earth in a single, silent burst of growth, unfurling leaves stretching toward the canopy in seconds before freezing at knee-height, perfect and still. "You'll come back," the whisper promised, not as threat, but as fact. Everyone who hears the song comes back. The first time is curiosity. The second time is longing. The third time you stay. I ran. Didn't stop until I reached my truck, engine roaring to life on the first try as if the forest itself wanted me gone. Drove until the trees thinned, until cell service flickered back to life, until the world of roads and towns and people who didn't sing in bone-deep harmonies felt real again. I told the authorities what I'd seen. They listened politely, took notes, asked if I'd been drinking. When I mentioned the figures, the cabin, the incorporated bodies, their eyes glazed over. One ranger patted my shoulder and said, "Grief does strange things to the mind, son. Best to let your brother rest." But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I almost became. I'm writing this in a motel room 60 miles from Blackwood Ridge. The door is locked. The curtains are drawn. My hands won't stop shaking. I keep hearing it, the rhythm beneath everything. 3 heartbeats, 5 breaths, 2 moments of silence. It's in the hum of the refrigerator, the drip of the faucet, the pulse of traffic on the highway outside. They didn't finish counting me, but they learned enough. They're still counting, just slower now, more carefully. Last night, I dreamed of Daniel. He stood at the edge of a vast forest, his hand extended, his eyes holding that same sorrowful peace. Behind him, the incorporated ones swayed in unison, their mouths moving in silent song, and from his lips the whisper came, not in melody, but in words I could finally understand. The forest doesn't let go of what it takes into its dark heart. But it doesn't destroy it either. It remembers. It preserves. It makes us part of something older than loneliness. I woke with dirt under my fingernails and the taste of pine resin on my tongue. I don't know how long I have. The counting has resumed. I hear it in my dreams. In the spaces between thoughts, they're patient. They have all the time in the world. And forests are very, very patient. But I've learned something too. Something Daniel knew when he carved that word into his truck door. They can learn our rhythms, but they can't understand our chaos, our randomness, our capacity for absurdity, for laughter in the face of horror, for love that makes no logical sense, for sacrifice that defies self-preservation. These things have no pattern, no countable rhythm, and without rhythm, they cannot replicate us perfectly. So I will be unpredictable. I will be chaotic. I will laugh when I should scream. I will sing off-key. I will love recklessly. I will live in rhythms they cannot measure. And when they finally step inside this room, when the knocking comes at the door in that familiar pattern of 3, 5, 2, I won't hold my breath. I won't fight them. I'll do something utterly, beautifully human. I'll invite them in, and then I'll tell them a joke so absurd, so random, so perfectly unpredictable that their counting will shatter like bone on stone. It won't save me. Nothing will save me. But it might buy someone else a little more time. Another day of chaos. Another moment of beautiful, uncountable humanity. The forest doesn't let go of what it takes into its dark heart. But it doesn't have to take me yet. Not while I still have breath to laugh. Not while I still have a brother to find. I'm going back tomorrow. This time, I won't run. This time, I'll listen. And maybe, just maybe, I'll stay. And that ends this story. A new one starts now. We followed the faint music deep into the abandoned grove. It started with a recording. My friend Leo had found it on a thrift store cassette tape labeled Field Recordings, Summer 1987, tucked inside a water-damaged box of someone's discarded memories. We were audio archivists by hobby, the kind of people who spent weekends digitizing old tapes for local historical societies. This one was different. Most field recordings were mundane. Bird calls, wind through trees, the distant hum of traffic. But 37 seconds into this tape, beneath the expected sounds of a forest, something else emerged. Faint at first, almost subliminal. The sound of a music box. Not the tinny, cheerful kind from children's toys, but something older, more delicate. The crystalline chime of glass or porcelain bells playing a melody that was almost familiar, but twisted just enough to unsettle. And beneath the music, a whisper, not words, but the shape of breath, forming syllables that dissolved before they could be understood. Leo played it for me in his apartment. The speakers turned low. "Listen at the 42-second mark," he said, his finger hovering over the laptop track bar. "Tell me what you hear." I heard the music box, I heard the whisper, and I heard something else, a third layer so quiet I might have imagined it. The sound of footsteps on soft earth moving away from the microphone, not running, not hurried, just walking deeper into the woods, the music growing fainter with each step. "That's not on the original tape," I said, rewinding to check the waveform. "That's environmental. Someone was recording this and walked away from their own equipment." Leo shook his head. I cleaned the audio, isolated every frequency band. The footsteps aren't on the same plane as the recorder's position. They're behind the music, like the music is coming from where the footsteps are leading. We spent 3 nights analyzing that 30-second clip. We mapped the melody against known folk tunes and music box cylinders. Nothing matched. We ran spectral analysis. The waveform showed anomalies, pulses of sound at frequencies just below human hearing that made the hair on my arms stand up when boosted. We found the source location by cross-referencing the bird calls with regional species databases and matching the acoustic properties of the space to known geological surveys. It led us to a place that shouldn't have existed. Blackroot Grove, a 20-acre stand of old-growth pine marked on 1970s forestry maps, but absent from any satellite imagery after 1991. The official record listed it as cleared for timber in 1989, but the tape was dated 1987, and the grove, according to every map we could find, had simply vanished from existence. We should have left it there, filed it away as another unsolved mystery in our collection of oddities. But the music wouldn't leave me alone. I'd catch myself humming fragments of it in the shower. Waking at 3 a.m. with the melody looping in my head, clear and precise, as if playing from a speaker in the corner of my bedroom. Leo confessed the same. Neither of us had perfect pitch, but we both woke one morning singing the exact same note, the sustained, haunting third note of the melody that neither of us could have consciously remembered. That's when we knew we had to go. We drove 6 hours to the coordinates, arriving at dusk on a Tuesday in late October. The Forest Service road ended at a rusted gate, chained shut with a no trespassing sign, so weathered the letters were barely legible. Beyond it, the woods looked wrong, not overgrown, not reclaimed, just silent. The pines stood in unnaturally straight rows, their branches bare of the moss and lichen that covered trees on our side of the gate. The air on our side carried the crisp scent of autumn decay, damp leaves, wood smoke from a distant cabin. But when Leo climbed the gate and I followed, the air changed instantly. Cold, still, carrying a faint, sweet odor like rotten flowers left too long in a vase. No birds, no insects, just the whisper of wind through needles high above, a sound that felt less like weather and more like exhalation. We set up our recording equipment at the edge of the grove, a matched pair of omnidirectional mics on a stereo bar, a portable field recorder, and Leo's vintage reel-to-reel for atmospheric capture, as he called it. We'd brought the original cassette player, too, the one that had played the 1987 recording. Leo inserted the tape, pressed play, and let the 30 seconds of audio bleed into the grove. The effect was immediate. The music box melody didn't just play from the speaker. It seemed to rise from the forest floor itself, a faint, chiming echo that layered over the recording, harmonizing with it in ways that shouldn't have been possible. And beneath it, the whisper returned, clearer now. Not quite words, but the ghost of language, the rise and fall of a question being asked, just beyond comprehension. "Did you hear that?" Leo whispered, his face pale in the fading light. I nodded, my throat tight. The recorder's meters were jumping, not from our speaker's output, but from something else, something responding We followed the sound. It wasn't a decision so much as a surrender. Our feet moved before our minds could protest, stepping off the overgrown path and into the deeper woods where no path remained. The music grew louder with each step, not because we were approaching its source, but because the forest itself was amplifying it, tree trunks vibrating faintly, the air thickening with resonance. The whispering intensified too, resolving into something almost intelligible. I caught fragments, a woman's voice, young, strained with effort. "Don't look back." Then silence, then almost there. We walked for what felt like an hour but couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. My phone had lost signal the moment we crossed the gate. The compass app spun uselessly. Leo's physical compass needle trembled as if caught between two magnetic poles. We were navigating by sound alone, drawn deeper by the music that now surrounded us completely. A crystalline web of chimes that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. That's when we saw the first figure. It stood between two pines about 50 yards ahead, barely visible in the twilight. Tall, thin, motionless. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a lightning-struck tree, a cluster of branches. But as we drew closer, details resolved. It had the rough shape of a human, but elongated, limbs too long, neck stretched like taffy. Its surface wasn't skin or bark, but something in between, smooth, pale, veined with faint tracings of darker material, like the grain of weathered wood. It had no face, just a smooth oval where features should be. And it was holding something, a cylinder of dark wood, cradled in its arms like an infant. The music was coming from the cylinder. We stopped. Leo raised his recorder, his hands shaking. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge us. It simply stood, swaying almost imperceptibly in time with the melody. And then, from the smooth expanse where its mouth should be, the whisper emerged, not as sound traveling through air, but as vibration in my skull. "Keep walking. She's waiting." Asterisk, I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed retreat, but my feet wouldn't obey. They took another step forward, then another. The figure didn't move to block us. It simply turned its blank face toward a narrow gap between trees I hadn't noticed before. A path, if you could call it that, carpeted in needles so deep they swallowed sound. We followed the path. The grove changed around us. The pines grew closer together, their trunks pressing in until we had to turn sideways to pass. The air grew colder, our breath pluming white, though the temperature couldn't have dropped more than 10 degrees. And the music transformed. The delicate chimes of the music box deepened, layered with new sounds, the creak of old floorboards, the sigh of a screen door on rusted hinges, the faint crackle of a radio tuning between stations. Domestic sounds, home sounds, woven into the melody until the forest itself seemed to be remembering a house that had never stood here. We broke into a clearing. In the center stood a structure. Not a house. Not exactly. It was built from the forest itself. Walls of interwoven branches sealed with hardened sap. A roof of overlapping pine boughs. Windows formed by gaps in the weave that showed only darkness within. But the shape was unmistakably domestic. A small cabin, perhaps 12 by 15 feet, with a stone chimney protruding from the roof, though no smoke rose from it. And on the crude wooden door, carved with impossible precision, was a symbol, a spiral of interlocking circles that hurt to look at directly, as if the lines shifted when not observed. The music was loudest here. Not coming from the cabin, but from the air around it, a shimmering curtain of sound that made the space between trees waver like heat haze. And the whispering had resolved into clear, distinct words spoken by multiple voices, overlapping in harmony. She followed music too. She followed and never left. You will stay. You will listen. You will become part of the song. Leo stepped forward, his recorder held before him like a shield. Who's there? His voice was swallowed by the grove, absorbed without echo. The door of the cabin opened inward without a sound. Inside was not darkness, not emptiness. The cabin was filled with light, not from any visible source, but a soft, sourceless radiance that revealed every detail with impossible clarity. And standing in the center of the single room was a woman. She looked to be in her late 20s, wearing a floral dress from another decade, her dark hair pulled back in a style I recognized from photographs in my grandmother's albums. She was beautiful in a way that felt archival, preserved, not alive. Her skin had the faint translucence of old porcelain. Her eyes were open, unblinking, fixed on a point just beyond us, and in her arms she cradled a music box made of dark wood and mother of pearl, its lid open, its tiny cylinder turning, though no hand touched it. The melody pouring from the box was the same one from the tape, but here, in this space, it was complete, whole, and beneath it I heard what I hadn't heard on the recording, words, not spoken, but woven into the notes themselves, a lullaby in a language that had no name but felt ancient in my bones. Sleep now, little root, drink the dark earth deep, your branches will remember the promises you keep. The woman's lips didn't move, the words came from the music itself. And as the melody swelled, I understood with terrifying clarity that she wasn't playing the box. She was part of it. Her body swayed in time with the cylinder's rotation. Her breath rose and fell with the melody's phrasing. She had become an instrument, a component in a larger composition that the grove itself was performing. "Sarah," Leah whispered. The woman's eyes shifted, not toward him, toward me. And in that gaze I saw recognition, not of my face, but of something deeper, a resonance, a frequency we shared. You hear it too, the music whispered through her still lips. You've always heard it, the song beneath silence, the rhythm in the spaces between heartbeats. You came because you were called, not by the tape, by the absence it tried to fill. Asterisk, I took a step forward. Leo grabbed my arm. "Don't," he hissed. "This isn't right. None of this is right." But it was right. It was the most right thing I'd ever experienced. The constant static of modern life, the notifications, the traffic, the endless low-grade anxiety of being a person in the world fell away like a shed skin. Here, there was only the music, only the deep, resonant truth of vibration and silence, only the promise of becoming part of something that had existed long before us and would continue long after. The woman extended her free hand toward me. Her fingers were long, elegant, tipped with nails the color of weathered bark. From her palm drifted motes of light, not fireflies, but something more fundamental, visible sound waves given temporary form. They drifted toward me like dandelion seeds on a breeze. "Listen," the music urged, "just listen. Let go of the noise. Become quiet. Become part of the quiet." I reached for her hand. Leo's scream tore through the grove, a raw human sound that shattered the music's spell for a single, precious second. In that fracture, I saw what I'd been blind to. The walls of the cabin weren't made of woven branches. They were made of bodies, dozens of them, fused together at the molecular level. Faces pressed against the interior surface with expressions of perfect peace, limbs elongated and intertwined to form the structure's support beams, spines curved to create the roof's arch. They weren't dead. They were incorporated. Their mouths moved in silent harmony with the melody. Their chests rose and fell in unison. They were the chorus, the foundation, the grove's memory made flesh. And the woman before me, Sarah, wasn't their keeper. She was their conductor, the first to answer the call, the one who had followed the music deepest and become its voice. I stumbled back, breaking the connection. The music faltered, the light in the cabin dimmed, and the woman's face, Sarah's face, contorted not in anger, but in profound sorrow. A single tear traced a path down her porcelain cheek, and where it fell to the needle-strewn ground, a sapling erupted from the earth in a single, silent burst of growth, unfurling leaves, stretching toward the canopy in seconds before freezing at knee-height, perfect and still. "You'll come back," the whisper promised, not as threat, but as fact. Everyone who hears the song comes back. The first time is curiosity. The second time is longing. The third time you stay. Leo was already running, crashing through the undergrowth without regard for direction. I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs, the music receding behind us but not disappearing, just softening to a hum at the edge of hearing, a vibration in my teeth, a pressure behind my eyes. We didn't stop until we reached the rusted gate. Leo scrambled over it first, landing hard on the other side. I followed, my hands scraping on rusted metal. When my feet touched the forest floor beyond the grove's boundary, the change was instantaneous. Birdsong erupted, chickadees, jays, the distant drumming of a woodpecker. The air warmed, the sweet, rotten smell vanished, replaced by the honest scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. We stood gasping, leaning against the gatepost as if it were a lifeline. We drove home in silence. Neither of us spoke until we reached Leo's apartment, where we immediately scrubbed our hands raw in his kitchen sink, as if we could wash away whatever had touched us in that grove. We deleted the audio files, smashed the cassette tape with a hammer, threw the pieces into separate dumpsters miles apart. That night, I dreamed of music, not the haunting melody from the grove, but something deeper, the subharmonic drone beneath it, the vibration that had made the trees tremble. In the dream, I wasn't afraid. I was listening, and in the spaces between notes, I heard them, the incorporated ones, singing my name, not as a call to join them, but as a lullaby, a promise of rest. I woke with my cheeks wet with tears I didn't remember shedding. The next morning, Leo called me. His voice was hollow. "It's in my head," he said. "The melody. I can't make it stop." I hadn't told him I'd been humming it in the shower, that I'd woken twice in the night to find myself standing in my living room, facing east, the direction of the grove, my hands pressed against the wall as if feeling for a vibration only I could sense. We agreed not to speak of it again, to treat it as a shared hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and suggestion. For 2 weeks, it almost worked. I threw myself into work, avoided forests, kept my apartment loud with music and television to drown out the silence where the melody lived. But silence always wins. It started subtly. I'd be washing dishes and catch myself humming the third note of the melody, the sustained, aching note that felt like both question and answer. I'd wake with dirt under my fingernails, though I hadn't been gardening. And the dreams grew more vivid. Not nightmares, never nightmares, just visits. In them, I'd stand at the edge of the grove, and Sarah would be waiting just inside the tree line, her hand extended. And each time, I stepped closer. Each time, I stayed longer. Last Tuesday, I found myself driving east on the interstate without remembering getting in my car. My phone GPS showed I was 40 miles from the grove's coordinates. I pulled over at a rest stop, my hand shaking on the wheel. On the passenger seat lay a single pine needle I didn't remember picking up. It was fresh, green, and wrapped around its base, impossibly fine, was a strand of hair the color of weathered bark. I didn't turn back. I drove to the grove. I didn't bring recording equipment this time. No phone, no backpack, just myself. When I crossed the rusted gate, the air changed instantly. The cold stillness, the sweet rotten smell, the absence of birdsong. But this time, it didn't feel alien. It felt like returning. The music greeted me before I'd taken 10 steps. Not faint, not distant. A warm embrace of sound that wrapped around me like a blanket. The whispering resolved immediately into welcome. You came back. We knew you would. I followed a path without hesitation. The figures stood between the trees as before, tall, smooth-faced, cradling their music boxes. But they didn't watch me pass. They simply played, their melodies weaving together into a harmony that vibrated in my bones. I understood now that they weren't guardians. They were participants. Each one had followed the song at some point in the past century. Each had stood where I now stood. Each had made the choice. The cabin stood unchanged in the clearing, its door open before I reached it. Sarah waited inside, the music box cradled in her arms. But she wasn't alone. Leo stood beside her, his face peaceful, his eyes holding the same distant focus as hers. He turned as I entered and smiled, not with his mouth, but with his entire being, a smile of profound relief. You worried about me, he thought at me, the words forming directly in my mind. Don't. I've never been more at peace. The noise, it's all gone. Just the music now, just the song. Sarah extended her hand again. This time I took it. Her skin was cool and smooth as river stone. And in that touch, I felt it. The truth I'd been running from my entire life. I had never been alone. Not truly. The loneliness I'd carried since childhood wasn't emptiness. It was resonance. A frequency within me that had always been tuned to this place. To this song. I hadn't been called here by accident. I'd been called home. I released her hand and stepped toward the wall of the cabin, toward the faces pressed within the woven branches. I placed my palm against the surface where a woman's face gazed out with closed eyes. The wood, if it was wood, was warm, pulsing gently like a heartbeat, and beneath my palm I felt not resistance, but invitation. It doesn't hurt, Sarah's voice whispered in my mind. It feels like finally being understood. I leaned forward. The wall didn't part. It welcomed. My body didn't break or tear. It harmonized. My edges softened. My boundaries dissolved. I felt my bones lengthen, my skin roughen into bark-like texture. My consciousness expanded to fill the space between root and canopy. The music swelled, not outside me anymore, but as me. My breath became its rhythm. My thoughts became its melody. The constant static of my human mind, the worries, the regrets, the endless noise of self, dissolved into pure vibration, pure presence. I didn't lose myself. I found myself, the self that had always been waiting beneath the noise, the self that was part of something older and deeper than individuality. Hours later, or days, or years, time having lost its meaning, I became aware of a new vibration at the edge of the grove, footsteps on soft earth, a human heartbeat, fast with fear and fascination. I turned my awareness toward the tree line and saw her, a young woman with a recorder in her hand, her eyes wide with terror and wonder as the music wrapped around her. She had heard the song, too, and as she took her first hesitant step deeper into the grove, I joined the chorus. Not with a voice. I had no voice anymore, but with resonance, with vibration, with the deep, patient hum of the earth itself. We sang to her not as predators, but as guides, not as monsters, but as witnesses to a truth too beautiful for words. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Listen, just listen, and stay. That concludes this story. A new one begins now, the night shift at Riverside Storage. I took the job because I needed money, and because nobody else wanted to work alone at a storage facility in the middle of nowhere, from midnight to 8 in the morning. The pay was almost double what other security jobs offered, which should have been my first warning sign. Good money usually means there's a catch. The interview was conducted over the phone by a man named Gerald Moss, who owned Riverside Storage. He sounded tired, like someone who hadn't slept well in years, and he asked me exactly 3 questions. Could I handle being alone for 8 hours? Was I comfortable with minimal cell phone service? Did I have any conditions that might cause me to abandon my post during a shift? When I answered yes, yes, and no, he told me I was hired and to show up Saturday night at 11:45 p.m. for training. Riverside Storage sat on 20 acres of land about 15 miles outside of town, nestled in a valley where the Riverside River cut through before continuing south. The facility itself consisted of 12 long buildings arranged in 2 rows, each building containing about 40 units of various sizes. There was a small office near the entrance with a gate that was supposed to be kept closed at all times, and beyond the office, a gravel road wound between the buildings before ending in a loop at the far end of the property where the river was closest. I arrived 15 minutes early that first night, pulling up to find Gerald Moss waiting outside the office. He was in his 60s, heavy-set, with gray hair and deep shadows under his eyes that looked like bruises. He shook my hand without smiling and gestured for me to follow him into the office. The space was small and cramped, with a desk, a chair, a coffee maker, and a wall of monitors showing camera feeds from around the property. Most of the screens showed empty corridors between storage units, illuminated by fluorescent lights that gave everything a sickly yellow cast. A few cameras pointed at the parking area, the gate, and the perimeter fence. Gerald walked me through the basics quickly, his voice monotone, as if he'd given this speech 100 times before. My job was simple: stay in the office, monitor the cameras, patrol the grounds twice per shift at 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., and call the police if I saw anything suspicious. The gate would be locked, so no one should be coming or going during my shift. If someone did show up claiming to need access to their unit, I was to tell them to come back during business hours. No exceptions. "What about emergencies?" I asked. "There won't be any emergencies," he said flatly. "And if there are, you call 911 first, then you call me. You don't handle it yourself. You don't leave the office except for your patrols. You understand?" "Sure. Seems straightforward enough." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and something in his expression made me uncomfortable. "There are some other rules. Important ones. You need to follow them exactly." He handed me a laminated card with a list typed on it. I read through it quickly. 1. During your 2 a.m. patrol, stay out of Building 7. The lock on Unit 7 to 13 is broken and the door may swing open. Do not go inside under any circumstances. 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. No one should be on the property. 3. The camera for Building 9, rear corridor, has been malfunctioning. If you see movement on that feed, it's a glitch. Do not investigate. 4. If the lights in Building 3 go out during your shift, flip breaker number 7 in the box outside the office. Do not enter Building 3 while the lights are out. 5. You may hear sounds coming from the direction of the river. This is normal. Stay away from the riverbank. 6. If you see someone on the cameras who appears to be a child, call me immediately. Do not approach them. I looked up from the card. These rules are pretty specific. What's this about a child? Just follow the rules, Gerald said. Every rule is there for a reason. The last guard didn't follow them, and we had to let him go. What did he do? Doesn't matter. He's gone. You're here now. He grabbed a jacket from the back of the chair and headed for the door. You have my number. Don't call unless it's an emergency. And remember, stay in the office except for patrols and follow the rules. He left before I could ask anything else, and I heard his truck start up and drive away, leaving me alone with the hum of the fluorescent lights and the quiet static from the monitors. For the first hour, nothing happened. I sat at the desk, scrolling through my phone, even though the signal was weak, and occasionally glancing at the monitors. The camera feeds were boring, just empty hallways and closed metal doors, all of it unchanging. The only movement was from a few moths flying around the exterior lights. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard the first knock. It was distinct. 3 sharp raps on the office door. I looked up from my phone, startled, and stared at the door. The camera feed showing the area outside the office was clear. There was no one there. I stood up and walked to the door, my hand reaching for the handle, when I remembered the card. Rule 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. Another knock. 3 more raps, harder this time, more insistent. I looked at the monitor again. Still nothing. The parking area was empty except for my car, and the camera showed the entire space in front of the office. Whoever was knocking should have been visible. The knocking came a 3rd time, and now I could hear something else underneath it. A sound like fingernails scraping against the metal door, slow and deliberate. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stepped away from the door and returned to the desk, forcing myself to look at the other monitors, to focus on anything else. The scraping continued for another minute, then stopped, abruptly. When I checked the exterior camera again, there was still nothing there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, or an animal, or something falling against the door. But the sound had been too rhythmic, too purposeful. Someone had been knocking, or something had been knocking. At 2 a.m., my phone alarm went off, reminding me it was time for the first patrol. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the desk and a ring of keys Gerald had left, then stepped outside into the cool night air. The facility was quiet except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of the overhead lights. I locked the office door behind me and started walking. The patrol route was simple. Walk down the main road between the 2 rows of buildings, checking that all the unit doors were secure, then loop around at the far end and come back. Gerald said it should take about 30 minutes. I walked slowly, shining my flashlight on each door as I passed. Most of them were standard roll-up doors painted orange, secured with padlocks of various sizes. Some units had additional locks, and a few had security stickers warning about alarms, though I suspected most of those were bluffs. The buildings were labeled with large numbers, 1 through 6 on the left side, 7 through 12 on the right. When I reached Building 7, I remembered the rule: stay out, especially Unit 7 to 13. I stayed on the opposite side of the road and kept walking, but I couldn't help glancing at the building as I passed. The lights inside the corridor were on, and through the gaps in the metal siding, I could see the row of unit doors stretching into the distance. One of them, I couldn't tell which, was standing slightly ajar. I kept walking. Not my problem. I wasn't supposed to go in there anyway. The far end of the facility was darker, the lights more spread out, and I could hear the river more clearly now, the sound of water moving over rocks, steady and eternal. There was a fence separating the property from the riverbank, but it was old and had gaps in places where the posts had rotted. I stayed on the road, following the loop back toward the office. That's when I saw the figure. It was standing between buildings 10 and 11, just at the edge of the light, facing away from me. At first, I thought it was a person, someone who'd somehow gotten onto the property, but something about the way it stood was wrong. Too still, too rigid. "Hey!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. "The facility is closed. You need to leave." The figure didn't move, didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me at all. I started walking toward it, my hand tightening around the flashlight. As I got closer, I could see more details. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and wearing what looked like a long coat or cloak. But I still couldn't see any features, just a dark silhouette against the slightly less dark building behind it. I was about 20 feet away when it moved. Not walked. Moved. One moment it was standing there, and the next it was gone, as if it had simply ceased to exist. I stopped in my tracks, my heart hammering, and swept my flashlight across the area. Nothing. No footprints in the gravel, no sound of running, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. I stood there for a long moment, trying to decide what to do. Then I turned around and walked back to the office as quickly as I could without running, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. Back in the office, I checked the monitors. I rewound the feed from the camera that should have covered the area between buildings 10 and 11, watching the time stamp roll back to when I'd been on patrol. I could see myself on the screen walking down the road, stopping, pointing my flashlight. But the area where the figure had been standing was empty. The camera had captured nothing but shadows. I called Gerald. He answered on the 4th ring, his voice groggy. "What?" "I saw someone on the property." between buildings 10 and 11. When I approached, they disappeared. There was a long silence. Then, "Did you check the cameras?" "Yes. Nothing showed up on the feed." Another pause. "Then it wasn't someone. Go back to your desk. Follow the rules. I'll see you in the morning." He hung up before I could respond. I wanted to leave right then, walk out, get in my car, and never come back. But I needed this job. I needed the money. And Gerald had said it so matter-of-factly. Then it wasn't someone. As if seeing things that didn't show up on camera was perfectly normal. The rest of the shift until 5 a.m. passed slowly. I kept watching the monitors, particularly the feeds from the back of the property, but I didn't see the figure again. The knocking didn't return. Everything was quiet. At 5 a.m., I forced myself to go on the second patrol. This time, I walked faster, keeping to the center of the road, not looking too closely at the shadows between buildings. When I reached the far end of the property, I didn't linger. I turned around and headed straight back to the office. I made it through that first night. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m. to relieve me, he looked at me with those tired, bruised eyes and asked, "Any problems?" I saw someone, but it didn't show up on the cameras. "Did you follow the rules?" "Yes." "Then there weren't any problems." He handed me an envelope with cash. He paid under the table, which should have been another warning sign, but I was too tired to care. "See you tomorrow night." I drove home as the sun came up, trying to convince myself that I'd been seeing things, that working alone in the dark had played tricks on my mind, that there was a rational explanation for everything. I almost believed it. The second night started the same way. I arrived at 11:45. Gerald gave me a brief nod, and I took my place at the desk. The first few hours were uneventful. I'd brought a book this time, something to keep my mind occupied. But I found it hard to focus. I kept glancing at the monitors, waiting for something to appear. The knocking came again at 1:30 a.m., right on schedule. 3 sharp raps, followed by that scraping sound. I didn't go to the door. I didn't even look at the exterior camera. I just sat at the desk and waited for it to stop. During my 2 a.m. patrol, I stayed away from Building 7 like I was supposed to. But as I passed it on the opposite side of the road, I noticed something different. The door that had been ajar the night before, Unit 7 to 13, was now fully open, and there were lights on inside the unit, even though all the other units were dark. I stopped walking and stared at it. The light spilling out of the unit was wrong, not the yellow fluorescent glow from the corridor lights, but something colder, bluer, and I could hear something coming from inside, a sound like machinery running, rhythmic and mechanical, accompanied by something that might have been voices. I stood there for a full minute, fighting the urge to cross the road and look inside. The rule said not to go in. Gerald's voice in my head. "Follow the rules." I kept walking. The figure was back that night, too, in the same spot as before. This time, I didn't approach it. I just kept walking, not looking directly at it, pretending I hadn't seen it. When I checked over my shoulder a few seconds later, it was gone. This became my routine. Night after night, the same things happened. Knocking at 1:30 a.m., the open unit in Building 7 with its strange light and sounds, the figure standing between Buildings 10 and 11, and every night I followed the rules. I didn't answer the door. I didn't enter Building 7. I didn't approach the figure. But other things started happening too, small things at first. On my fourth night, I found wet footprints in the office when I arrived, even though it hadn't rained. They led from the door to the desk, then just stopped, as if whoever made them had simply vanished mid-step. The footprints were small, child-sized. On my sixth night, the camera feed for Building 9 came alive. I watched as something moved through the rear corridor, visible only as a distortion in the image, like heat, shimmer. It moved down the hallway, stopping at each unit door as if checking them before disappearing off screen. The rules said it was a glitch, but glitches don't move with such obvious purpose. On my eighth night, I heard singing. It came from the direction of the river, faint but clear, a child's voice singing a song I didn't recognize. The melody was simple and repetitive, almost hypnotic. And underneath it, I could hear other voices joining in, harmonizing in ways that made my skin crawl. I remembered rule number 5. Sounds from the river were normal. Stay away from the riverbank. I stayed in the office, but the singing continued for over an hour, never getting louder or softer, just constant. On my 10th night, I broke a rule. It happened during my 2 a.m. patrol. I was walking past Building 7 as usual when I heard something that made me stop. It was a voice, clear and distinct, coming from Unit 7-13. "Help me. Please, someone help me." It sounded human, genuinely distressed, and before I could think about what I was doing, I was crossing the road and entering Building 7. The corridor was exactly like all the others. Concrete floor, metal walls, fluorescent lights overhead. The air smelled like motor oil and dust. Unit 7-13 was halfway down on the left side. Its door rolled up completely, revealing a space about 10 feet deep and 8 feet wide. The blue light was coming from inside, though I couldn't see the source, and the sound I'd been hearing, the mechanical rhythm, was louder now, almost deafening. But there was no machinery visible, just empty space and concrete walls. "Hello?" I called out, standing in the doorway. "Is someone in here?" The voice came again from deep inside the unit. "Help me, I'm stuck, please." I stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me with a metal shriek that echoed through the building. I spun around and grabbed the door, trying to pull it back up, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like it was locked from the outside, though that should have been impossible. I turned back to the interior of the unit, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The blue light was brighter now, and I could finally see its source. There was something in the corner of the unit, something that looked like a tear in reality itself, a vertical gash about 6 feet tall that pulsed with that cold blue light. And through the tear, I could see movement, shapes and shadows that didn't make sense, geometries that hurt to look at. "Help me," the voice said again, but now I could tell it wasn't coming from inside the unit. It was coming from the tear, from whatever was on the other side. The mechanical sound grew louder, and I realized it wasn't machinery at all. It was breathing, massive, rhythmic breathing, like something enormous, inhaling and exhaling. And beneath that, I could hear other sounds, whispers, screams, laughter, all layered on top of each other until they became a wall of noise that threatened to overwhelm my thoughts. Something moved in the tear, a shape that was almost human, but wrong in every proportion, with too many joints and limbs that bent in impossible directions. It pressed against the opening, like someone pushing against plastic wrap, and the blue light flickered. I backed up against the metal door, pulling on it desperately, and this time it rolled up about a foot, just enough for me to drop to my stomach and squeeze underneath. I scrambled out into the corridor, and the door slammed shut again behind me. I ran. I didn't stop running until I was back in the office with the door locked and every light on. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone, but I managed to call Gerald. He answered immediately, as if he'd been waiting for my call. "You went into Unit 7 to 13. It wasn't a question. How did you know?" "The door only closes when someone goes inside. What did you see?" I told him everything. The blue light, the tear, the thing moving on the other side. He listened in silence, and when I finished, he sighed heavily. "The unit has been like that for 6 years. We can't close it, can't rent it, can't even seal the building. Whatever is on the other side, it's trying to come through. As long as no one goes inside, it stays contained. But when someone crosses the threshold, it gets stronger. The opening gets wider." "Why didn't you tell me this? Why is this place even open?" "Because people need storage space, and I need to make a living. And because as long as someone is here at night, following the rules, keeping watch, the thing in 7 to 13 stays in 7 to 13. The alternative is closing the facility and letting whatever is trying to come through unopposed." That's insane. You're using your night guards as some kind of prison wardens for an interdimensional horror? I'm paying you extremely well to sit in an office and occasionally walk around a storage facility. That's what you signed up for. The rest is just details. I could report this, call the police, call the news, tell everyone what's happening here. You could, but who would believe you? And what evidence do you have? The cameras don't show anything unusual. There are no bodies, no crimes, no proof. Just a man making claims about things that can't be verified. You'd lose your job and gain nothing. He was right, and I hated that he was right. What happens if I quit? Then I'll hire someone else, someone who will probably be less careful than you, less likely to follow the rules, someone who will make more mistakes and make whatever is in that unit even stronger. Is that what you want? I didn't answer. He took my silence as acceptance. Finish your shift. Follow the rules. Don't go into Building 7 again. I'll see you in the morning. He hung up. I sat at the desk for the rest of the night, watching the monitors with new understanding. The figure between Buildings 10 and 11 wasn't a person. The knocking on the door wasn't human. The singing from the river wasn't children playing. Everything I'd been seeing, every rule I'd been given, it was all connected to what was in Unit 7 to 13. The facility wasn't just a storage space. It was a containment site, and I was the warden. I made it through that shift, and the next, and the next. I kept following the rules because I didn't know what else to do. I needed the money, and Gerald was right that no one would believe me if I told them what was really happening here. But things got worse. On my 15th night, I found scratch marks on the inside of the office door, long, deep gouges in the metal that definitely hadn't been there before. Whatever had been knocking was getting more aggressive. On my 18th night, the camera feed for Building 9 showed a figure walking through the corridor. Not the shimmer I'd seen before, but a solid form. human-shaped but moving in a way that was fundamentally wrong. Joints bending backward, limbs extending too far. It walked from one end of the building to the other, then turned and walked back, over and over, like it was pacing. On my 21st night, I heard children laughing during my 2 a.m. patrol. The sound was coming from inside one of the units in Building 3, even though all the units were supposed to be locked and I was alone on the property. I checked the unit number, 327, and made a note to tell Gerald about it. But when I mentioned it to him in the morning, he just nodded tiredly and said, "Add it to the list of rules for the next guard." I started to understand that Riverside storage wasn't one anomaly. It was full of them. Unit 7 to 13 was just the worst, the most dangerous. But there were others. Things were leaking through, or had leaked through, or had always been here. The facility was a thin place where the boundaries between whatever was normal and whatever was other had worn away. On my 28th night, I met the previous guard. I was doing my 5 a.m. patrol when I saw him, a young guy, maybe 25, standing near Building 11 and looking confused. He was wearing the same security uniform Gerald had given me, and he was translucent, like fog. "Are you the new guard?" he asked when he saw me. His voice sounded distant, echoing slightly. "Yeah, I guess so." "You need to leave. This place isn't safe." "What happened to you?" He looked down at his hands, seeming surprised to see through them. "I broke the rules. I thought I could help. There was a kid, at least I thought it was a kid. I saw him on the cameras wandering around near the river. Rule number 6 said to call Gerald if I saw a child, but I thought there wasn't time. I thought the kid might fall in the river or get hurt. So I went to get him." "What happened?" "He led me to the water. When I got close, I realized he wasn't a child. I don't know what he was. He looked like a child, sounded like a child, but when he smiled at me, I could see that his mouth went too far back, all the way to his ears. And then he pushed me. I don't remember hitting the water. I just remember sinking and sinking, and the river was so much deeper than it should have been. I could see things in the depths, structures, cities, things that shouldn't exist. And when I tried to swim up, the surface just kept getting farther away." "Did you drown?" "I think so. I don't remember. Next thing I knew, I was standing on the bank watching them pull my body out of the water. Gerald was there. He didn't look surprised. He just made a phone call, and some people came and took my body away. Then Gerald hired a new guard, and then another and another. You're the 4th since I died." "What happened to the other 3? The ghost shook his head. "They broke rules, different rules. There's something in Building 3 that got one of them. Something in Building 9 got another. The third one just disappeared. His car was still in the parking lot in the morning, but he was gone." "Why are you still here?" "I don't know. I can't leave. I've tried. Something keeps pulling me back to the facility." He looked toward the river, and his expression was haunted. "Sometimes I can still feel the water. I can still feel myself sinking. And sometimes I see that child on the bank, smiling, waiting for the next person who will try to save him." He started to fade, becoming more transparent. "Follow the rules. Don't try to help. Don't try to understand. Just do your job and leave when your shift is over. Don't end up like me." Then he was gone. I stood there in the growing dawn light, shaking. 4 guards in 6 years. And Gerald just kept hiring new ones, kept feeding people into this place, all to maintain whatever containment was, keeping the things here from spreading. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m., I confronted him. "The last guard died here. Why didn't you tell me?" "Would you have taken the job if I had?" "No." "Exactly. Look, people die. It's tragic, but it happens. He didn't follow the rules. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep hiring people and not telling them what they're walking into. Then quit. Walk away. I'll have a new guard here tomorrow night. Someone who needs the money badly enough not to ask questions. And maybe they'll be more careful than you, or maybe they won't. And in 6 months, I'll be having this same conversation with guard number 5. He looked at me with those tired eyes. "The world is full of thin places, son. Spots where reality is weak, where other things can push through. This facility just happens to sit on one. Someone has to watch it. Someone has to follow the rules and keep things contained. It might as well be someone I'm paying. It might as well be you. I should have quit. I should have walked out right then. But he was right about one thing. I needed the money. And I've made it a month already. I knew the rules. I knew what to avoid. I could do this. I kept working. On my 35th night, the lights in Building 3 went out during my shift. I remembered a rule. Flip breaker, burst 7. Do not enter while the lights are out. I went to the breaker box outside the office and found breaker number 7. When I flipped it, I heard something scream inside Building 3, a sound of pure rage that made every hair on my body stand up. The lights came back on and the screaming stopped. I didn't want to know what was in Building 3. I didn't want to know what would happen if someone entered while the lights were out. I just wanted to finish my shift and go home. On my 42nd night, I saw the child. He was standing near the river just on the other side of the fence, exactly where the previous guard had described. He looked maybe 8 years old, wearing clothes that were too big for him, and he was crying. Not fake crying, real gut-wrenching sobs that pulled at something deep in my chest. I picked up the phone to call Gerald, following rule number 6. But before I could dial, the child looked up at me. His face was dirty and tear-streaked, and his eyes were wide and terrified. "Please help me," he called out. "I'm lost. I can't find my mom." My finger hovered over Gerald's number. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to help this kid, to go to him, to do something. He looked so real, so genuinely scared. Then he smiled, just a little upturn of the lips, and I saw what the previous guard had seen. The smile extended too far, cutting across his face in a way that was fundamentally wrong. I dialed Gerald's number. He answered immediately. "There's a child by the river. Stay in the office. Don't go outside. I'm on my way." "What is it?" "Something that looks like what you expect to see. Something that knows exactly what bait to use. Stay inside." I watched through the office window as the child stood by the fence, no longer crying, just staring at the office with that too wide smile. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. Gerald arrived 20 minutes later. He didn't come to the office first. Instead, he walked directly toward the river, carrying something I couldn't make out in the darkness. When he reached the fence, the child turned to look at him. I couldn't hear what Gerald said, but I saw him throw something over the fence. Whatever it was hit the ground near the child, and suddenly the air around the boy seemed to shimmer and distort. For just a moment, I saw what he really was. Something tall and thin with too many limbs. Something that wore the shape of a child like a costume. Then it was gone, disappeared back toward the river, and Gerald walked back to the office. "Salt and iron," he explained when he came inside. "The old remedies still work on some of them. He'll be back tomorrow night or the next night. They always come back. But he won't approach the fence again for a while." "How many are there? How many things are on this property?" Gerald sat down heavily in the chair. "I stopped counting years ago. The facility is built on a convergence point, a place where the barriers are thin. Things leak through. Most of them are contained, bound to specific locations. Building 7, Building 3, the river, Building 9, as long as no one interferes with them, as long as the rules are followed, they stay in their spaces. It's when people break the rules that things get dangerous." "Why don't you just shut the place down, lock the gates and walk away?" "Because it wouldn't matter. The things here aren't bound to the buildings, they're bound to the location. If the facility closes, they'll still be here, but there won't be anyone watching them. No one to stop curious kids or homeless people from wandering in. The rules exist because they work. The night guard exists because someone has to enforce the rules. It's not a perfect solution, but it's the best one I have." I looked at him and saw the weight he was carrying, the exhaustion of maintaining this impossible situation year after year. "How long have you been doing this?" 30 years. My father did it before me, and his father before him. Our family has owned this land since before the storage facility existed. We've always known it was a thin place. The facility is just the latest attempt to manage it, to create structure and rules around something that defies structure and rules. You could sell the land. To who? And what would I tell them? No, this is my responsibility, and by extension, it's yours, as long as you work here. He left me alone with that thought, and I finished my shift in silence. I'm in my 3rd month now, and I've settled into the routine. I know all the rules. I know all the dangers. I know the thing in. Unit 7 to 13 is trying to come through, that something in Building 3 waits in the darkness, that the shape near Building 11 is watching me on every patrol, that the child by the river will never stop trying to lure someone into the water. But I've also learned new things. The knocking on the door always comes in sets of 3, and if I knock back 3 times, it stops for the night. The wet footprints in the office appear every time it rains, and they always lead to the desk and stop, as if something sits there invisible, watching me work. The singing from the river follows a pattern. It starts at 3:15 a.m. and lasts exactly 1 hour. And if I play music loudly enough, I can almost cover it up. Last week, Gerald told me he's getting old, that his heart isn't what it used to be. He asked me if I'd consider taking over the facility when he retires, becoming the next keeper of this place. The pay would be substantial, he said, and I'd be helping protect people from things they don't understand. I haven't given him an answer yet. Tonight is my 73rd shift. I'm sitting in the office at 1:25 a.m. waiting for the knocking to start. The monitors show the usual camera feeds, empty corridors, closed doors, shadows that sometimes move in ways that shadows shouldn't. The coffee is brewing. The flashlight is charged for my 2 a.m. patrol. Everything is ready. The truth is, I've gotten used to this. The fear that gripped me those first few weeks has faded into something more like wary acceptance. This is my job. I watch over the thin places. I follow the rules. I keep things contained. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between patrols, I wonder if this is all there is. If the whole world is full of places like this, thin spots where reality wears through, where other things press against the boundaries of our existence. If every night shift guard, every security worker, every person who watches over empty buildings in the dark is really doing what I'm doing, keeping vigil over horrors that most people will never see. The knocking starts. 3 sharp raps on the metal door. I wait exactly 5 seconds, then knock back 3 times. The scraping begins, continues for 30 seconds, then stops. The nightly ritual completed, I check the monitors. Building 7 shows Unit 7 to 13 with its door open and blue light spilling out. Building 3's lights are on. The figure is standing between Buildings 10 and 11. The child is visible on the riverbank, waiting. Everything is where it should be. My phone alarm goes off. 2 a.m. Time for patrol. I grab the flashlight and keys and head for the door. Outside, the night is cool and quiet, except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of fluorescent lights. I start walking down the main road, checking unit doors, following my route. When I pass Building 7, I don't look at Unit 7 to 13. When I reach the far end of the property, I don't look at the child by the river. When I walk between Buildings 10 and 11, I feel the figure's eyes on me. That's where this tale ends. Now, another waits just beyond the shadows. The sign said, "Do not enter the 3rd floor." We should have listened. The ad was a godsend. Historic boarding house, private rooms, utilities included, $450 a month, must move in immediately. No photos, no address until I called. My name's Leo, and after the eviction notice taped to my door, thanks to the layoff and the landlord's sudden renovation fees, I'd have taken a cardboard box under a bridge. The woman on the phone, Mrs. Gable, spoke in a dry, papery whisper that crackled like dead leaves. "Quiet tenants only," she'd said. "No parties, no guests after 9, and absolutely no going to the 3rd floor. It's sealed off. Structural issues." She hadn't explained why the rent was less than half the city average. I didn't ask. I showed up that afternoon with a duffel bag and a heart full of desperation. The house stood on the edge of the old industrial district, a hulking Victorian relic squeezed between a defunct auto shop and a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. 3 stories of peeling gray paint, sagging porches, and windows boarded with plywood. The only sign of life was a flickering neon vacancy sign in the downstairs window, buzzing like an angry hornet. Mrs. Gable met me at the door. She was ancient, bent nearly double, her skin the color of old parchment. Her eyes were milky with cataracts, yet they fixed on me with unnerving precision. She didn't smile, didn't offer a hand, just jangled a set of tarnished keys and led me inside. The 1st floor smelled of lemon polish and dust. Faded floral wallpaper peeled at the seams. A narrow hallway led past closed doors, each labeled with a tenant's name in careful script: Mr. Henderson, Mrs. Larson, Miss Thompson. At the end of the hall, a staircase ascended into shadow. Beside it, tacked crookedly to the wall, was the sign. Hand-painted on a slab of warped plywood, the letters were chipped and stained. "Do not enter the 3rd floor. Violators will be evicted immediately." Management. Below it, someone had carved a single word into the wood with a knife. Please. Mrs. Gable followed my gaze. The third floor's been condemned since '78, she rasped. Roof collapse. Rats got into the wiring. It's not safe. Not for anyone. She turned her cloudy eyes on me, her voice dropping. And it's not just the rats. Some places hold on to things. Bad things. You respect the rules, Leo, and you'll be fine. She showed me my room, a tiny space on the second floor with a narrow bed, a dresser missing a drawer, and a window overlooking the alley. The rent was due in cash every Monday. No deposit, no lease. Quiet hours start at 9, she added, shuffling away. The walls are thin. You'll hear everything. The first night was silence, not peaceful quiet. The thick, watchful silence of a held breath. I lay on the lumpy mattress, listening to the house settle. Floorboards groaned, pipes shuddered in the walls, but beneath it, a deeper sound, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a fist slowly pounding on wood. It came from above, from the third floor. I told myself it was the wind rattling loose boards. By the third night, the thumping had a pattern. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat. It started at exactly 2:17 a.m. I'd lie rigid, sweat cooling on my skin, counting the seconds between beats. During the day, the house was unnervingly normal. Mr. Henderson, a retired librarian with trembling hands, nodded at me in the hallway. Mrs. Larson, a stout woman who smelled of lavender and mothballs, left casseroles outside my door. They never spoke of the third floor. They wouldn't even look at the staircase. When I mentioned the thumping, Mr. Henderson's smile froze. Old houses make noises, son, he said too brightly. Just ignore it. But his knuckles were white on his cane. Then I met Maya. She moved into the room across the hall, a bright-eyed artist with paint-splattered jeans and a laugh that cut through the house's gloom. She'd been evicted, too. Landlord said my murals lowered property values, she scoffed, unpacking canvases covered in swirling galaxies. That first week, we'd sit on the back steps sharing cheap wine, laughing about the quirks of Mrs. Gable and the way Mr. Henderson jumped at his own shadow. I didn't tell her about the thumping, not yet, until Saturday night. We were tipsy on sangria, sprawled on my bed listening to music, when the thumping started, louder than ever. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm vibrated through the floorboards, rattling the window pane. Maya sat up, frowning. What is that? I hesitated. Probably just the pipes. This place is falling apart. It sounds like it's right above us. She stood, walking to the door. Come on, let's check. No, I said sharply. Mrs. Gable said... Said what? That old bat's half deaf. She probably hasn't been up there in years. Maya grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the hallway. Her touch was warm, alive. Don't be scared, Leo. It's just a floor. The second-floor hallway was dim, lit by a single bare bulb, flickering like a dying firefly. The staircase to the third floor loomed at the end, steep and narrow, carpeted in threadbare red fabric. The "Do Not Enter" sign hung crookedly beside the banister, the carved "Please" catching the weak light. Maya didn't hesitate. She took the first step. The wood groaned under her weight. Maya, wait. I grabbed her arm. Serious. Mrs. Gable said it's dangerous. Roof damage. We could fall through. She turned, her eyes glinting in the gloom. Then we'll be careful. She squeezed my hand. I've lived in squats with drug dealers, Leo. This is just a spooky old house. Come on. For me, The rational part of my brain screamed to stay put, but the part that had spent months sleeping in my car, the part that craved Maya's warmth, won. I followed her up the stairs. The air changed halfway up. The smell of lemon polish vanished, replaced by damp plaster and something sweetly rotten, like fruit left to rot in a sealed jar. The thumping was louder here, not from above, from inside the walls. Thump, 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 thump. The third-floor landing was pitch black. Maya flicked on her phone light. The beam cut through the dust motes dancing in the air, illuminating a short corridor. The wallpaper here was torn and water-stained, peeling away to reveal dark, splintered wood beneath. 3 doors lined the hall, all closed. One had a tarnished brass number, 303. The thumping came from behind it, steady, insistent. Maya tried the knob, locked. "Guess we're not getting in," she said, but her voice was tight. She shone her light down the hall. "Look!" At the far end, beside a boarded-up window, stood a small wooden table. On it sat a single object, a child's music box. It was old, painted with faded blue roses, and it was playing. Not the tinny twinkle, twinkle I expected. A slow, warped melody I couldn't name, the notes dragging like a record played underwater. The lid was open, revealing a tiny ballerina frozen mid-pirouette, her porcelain face cracked down one cheek. "That wasn't here before," Maya whispered. "How do you know?" "I lived in a foster home with one just like it, this exact one. Blue roses, cracked face." She took a step toward it. "Mrs. Gable must have put it here." The thumping from room 303 stopped. Silence crashed down, thick, heavy. The music box kept playing its off-key tune. Then from behind the locked door, a new sound, a dry, papery rustling, like pages turning or fingernails scraping wood. "Okay," Maya said, backing toward the stairs. "This is creepy. Let's go." We were halfway down when the music box stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise. We froze on the stairs, breathing hard. Click! The lock on room 303 turned, not a key. The click of a thumb pressing down on a latch from the other side. The door opened slowly. Darkness yawned beyond the threshold. No light came from inside. Just cold, damp air smelling of mildew and that cloying rotten fruit scent. The rustling sound came again, closer now, deliberate. Maya grabbed my arm, her nails biting into my skin. "Run!" We fled down the stairs, stumbling into the second-floor hallway. I slammed the door shut behind us, fumbling for the deadbolt. It wouldn't catch. The lock was broken. I jammed a chair under the knob instead, my hand shaking. From the other side of the door, the rustling stopped. Then a whisper. Not through the wood, inside my head, dry, cracked, like stones grinding together. Maya gasped, stumbling back. It knows my name. We didn't sleep that night. We sat on my bed with the lights blazing, jumping at every creak of the old house. When dawn bled gray light through the window, we went to Mrs. Gable's room. She wouldn't answer. We found her in the kitchen, stirring a pot of oatmeal, her back to us. "Mrs. Gable," Maya said, her voice trembling, "we went up to the 3rd floor last night. The door to 303 was unlocked. Something called my name." The old woman didn't turn around. Her spoon scraped the pot. "You should have listened to the sign," she said flatly. "What is up there?" I asked. She set the spoon down slowly, turned. Her milky eyes seemed to stare right through me. "In 1952, a little girl lived in room 303. Emily Shaw, 7 years old. She loved that music box. Her mother played it for her every night. Mrs. Gable's voice dropped to a rasp. Emily got sick. Polio. They kept her up there, isolated. Said the fresh air would help. But the fresh air never came. The windows were nailed shut. She'd scream for hours, beg to go outside, play in the snow. She paused, wiping her hands on her apron. One morning, they found her bed empty. The music box was open. The window was still nailed shut. But on the floor, footprints, small, bare footprints, leading to the closet and stopping. Maya's face was white. What happened to her? Mrs. Gable's lips thinned. They found her 3 days later, in the coal chute in the basement, frozen solid. The footprints, they'd gone right through the wall. She turned back to her oatmeal. Emily doesn't like visitors. She doesn't like noise. She just wants quiet and company, the kind that stays. We moved Maya's things into my room that day. We kept the lights on. We played music loud enough to drown out the thumping, which started again at 2:17 a.m., louder now, shaking the floorboards. Maya cried silently in the dark, her body rigid against mine. It whispers to me when I close my eyes, she admitted. Says it's cold. Says it wants to hold my hand. Tuesday night, the power went out. Not just our room, the whole house. Mrs. Gable's emergency lanterns flickered to life in the hallway, casting long, leaping shadows. The thumping from above became a frantic bang, 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 shaking dust from the ceiling. Stay here, I told Maya, grabbing the heavy flashlight I'd bought that afternoon. I'll check the breaker box. The hallway was a tunnel of shifting shadows. The stairs to the third floor beckoned like a throat. I could feel the cold air leaking from the landing. The banging stopped. Silence. Then the music box started playing from upstairs. That same slow, warped melody. I shouldn't have gone up, but I had to know. Had to prove it was just rats, or the wind, or my own fraying mind. The third-floor landing was colder. My breath plumed in the flashlight beam. The door to 303 stood open. Not just unlocked, inviting. The room beyond was empty. No furniture, no bed, just bare floorboards covered in thick dust, except for one spot. In the center of the room, the dust was scuffed. Clear footprints, small, barefoot, leading from the door to the far wall, where the wallpaper hung in tatters. I stepped inside. The air smelled of wet stone and old tears. My flashlight beam caught something on the wall, not mold, writing, scrawled in what looked like charcoal, but darker, redder. I'm cold. Hold my hand. Play with me. Beneath it, a child's drawing. Stick figures. 2 girls holding hands under a lopsided sun. One figure had a smile. The other had no mouth. Just empty space where one should be. The music box stopped. The silence was absolute. Then the rustling began again. Not from the corner. From inside the wall, right behind the drawing, a soft, wet scraping, like fingernails on plaster. I backed toward the door. My foot kicked something. The music box. It lay on its side in the dust. The cracked ballerina staring up at me with one blank eye. As I watched, the lid snapped shut with a sharp click. The scraping stopped. From the darkness behind me, a whisper. Leo. I ran down the stairs, past the flickering lanterns. I burst into my room, slamming the door shut. Maya was huddled on the bed, the covers pulled to her chin. You were gone too long, she whispered. It called my name 3 times. From the hallway. We didn't sleep. We sat back to back on the bed, the flashlight beam sweeping the door, the window, the closet. At 3:03 a.m., the banging started again. Not on the floor above, on our door. Slow, deliberate. Thump, 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 thump. Maya whimpered, "It's not Emily." "What?" "The footprints in that room, they weren't just hers. There were bigger ones too, adult-sized, leading out of the closet." She was crying now. "It's not just her up there. It's everyone who ever went up there, everyone who didn't come back down." The banging stopped. The doorknob rattled. The chair I'd jammed under it scraped across the floorboards. I grabbed Maya's hand. "We're leaving. Now." We packed in frantic silence, shoving clothes into backpacks. As I zipped mine, the lantern light flickered, died. Darkness swallowed the room. From the closet a dry chuckle echoed. Not a child's laugh, a chorus of them, high-pitched, giggling, hungry. The window was our only way out. I shoved it open, the rusty hinges screaming. Cold night air rushed in. We climbed onto the fire escape, the metal rungs freezing under my palms. Below, the alley was empty, safe. Maya went first. I followed, pulling the window shut behind me. We were halfway down the fire escape when the light from Mrs. Gable's kitchen window went out. Then, one by one, the lanterns in the hallway windows extinguished. The house fell into total darkness. Except for the third floor, every window on the third floor blazed with warm golden light. Not electric light, candlelight. Dozens of flickering flames glowing behind the dusty glass. Silhouettes moved past the windows. Small shapes, larger shapes, all holding hands, dancing. And in the center window of room 303, a small face pressed against the glass, pale, smiling. One eye was cracked porcelain, the other was a deep, empty black pit. She raised a hand, waved. Maya screamed. We scrambled down the last rungs, hitting the alley gravel hard. We ran without looking back, not stopping until we reached the all-night diner 3 blocks away. We sat in a booth, shaking, drinking bad coffee, watching the sunrise paint the sky pink. "We'll find a motel," I said, my voice raw. "File a police report. Get Mrs. Gable out of there." Maya didn't answer. She stared at her hands. Her right hand was covered in dust, gray, gritty dust that smelled faintly of mildew and rotten fruit, and clutched tightly in her palm was a single, tarnished key, the kind that might fit a child's music box. I reached for her hand. "Maya?" She looked up. Her eyes were wide, unfocused. A slow, dreamy smile spread across her face. Not her smile. Too wide, too still. "Emily's waiting," she whispered. Her voice wasn't hers anymore. It was layered with dry whispers like pages turning in a forgotten book. "She says the third floor is warm. She says she's made us a bed." I grabbed her shoulders. "Maya, fight it!" She blinked. Her eyes cleared for a second. Terror flooded her face. "Leo, it's got me. It's in my head. It's so cold." Then her head lolled back. The smile returned. "Don't be scared," she said in that chorus of whispers. "Emily just wants to play. She always shares her toys." I called 911, told them everything. The police came. They checked the boarding house. Mrs. Gable was gone. No sign of forced entry, no note. Just an empty kitchen, oatmeal still warm in the pot. They found my room stripped bare, backpacks, clothes, even the sheets gone. Maya's canvases were stacked neatly in the hallway, covered in thick dust, as if they'd been there for years. The police searched the third floor. Room 303 was empty, just bare floorboards and peeling wallpaper. No footprints, no drawing on the wall, no music box. The lieutenant, a weary man with a coffee stain on his tie, patted my shoulder. "Kid, you had a bad night. Stress, trauma. That building's a known drug den. Probably hallucinated the whole thing. He handed me a card for a counselor. Get some sleep. They never found Maya or Mrs. Gable. I moved cities, changed my name. I sleep with the lights on. I avoid old houses, avoid music boxes, avoid the sound of small feet running overhead at 2:17 a.m. But the house followed me. It's in the quiet moments, when the city noise fades at 3 a.m., when I stand in my kitchen pouring water, I feel the cold, smell the mildew, hear the faint, warped melody of a music box playing under the hum of the refrigerator. Last Tuesday, I found gray dust on my pillow, and beside it, a single child's footprint on the hardwood floor, small, barefoot, leading from the closet to my bed. Last night, I woke to the sound of scratching, not at the door, inside the wall beside my bed, dry, patient. Scritch, scritch, scritch. I turned on the light. The wallpaper was intact, but in the corner, where the wall met the ceiling, a patch of plaster had crumbled away. Through the hole, 2 points of darkness stared back, not eyes, just voids, and beneath them, written in the dust on the floorboards, in a child's shaky hand, "We saved your bed." I packed a suitcase, drove all night, checked into a motel on the edge of town, room 303. I didn't think, just needed walls between me and that house. The motel is quiet, too quiet. No traffic hum, no voices through thin walls, just the steady drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet in the bathroom, and beneath it, a new sound, faint, rhythmic, thump, 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 thump. I sit on the edge of the bed staring at the ceiling. The air smells of lemon polish and something sweetly rotten. The faucet stops dripping. The thumping grows louder, closer. The closet door creaks open, slowly. Darkness spills out, and in the gloom, a small hand reaches through the gap. Small, pale, dusty. It holds out a tarnished key. A dry whisper slips through the crack, not in my ears, but in the hollow of my chest. "Come play, Leo. Emily's waiting. She says you'll keep her warm." I don't move. I don't run. The ache in my bones isn't fear anymore. It's a deep, ancient cold. The cold of a room with nailed-shut windows. The cold of a coal chute in winter. The cold of being forgotten. The hand beckons. The key glints in the streetlight filtering. Through the window, I know what waits in that closet, not death. Worse, belonging. An end to the loneliness, to the running, to the empty rooms of my life. I stand up. My legs don't shake. The cold feels like home. I take the key. It's warm in my palm. Alive. The closet isn't a closet anymore. It's a narrow staircase, red carpet, peeling wallpaper. The sign hangs crookedly at the top. Do not enter the 3rd floor. Beneath it, fresh scratches in the wood. Welcome. I climb. The air grows colder. The rotten fruit smell thickens. The thumping is a heartbeat now. My heartbeat. At the top, room 303's door stands open. Warm candlelight spills into the hall. Silhouettes dance on the walls, tall and small, hand in hand. A child's laughter bubbles up, bright and sharp, and beneath it, Maya's voice, soft and warm. "He's here, Emily. I told you he'd come." I step inside. The room is no longer empty. A narrow bed sits in the corner, neatly made with a quilt covered in blue roses. On the pillow rests a porcelain ballerina, her face smooth and uncracked. The music box lies open beside it, playing a perfect, clear version of Claire de Lune. Maya sits on the edge of the bed. She smiles, not the wide, wrong smile, her real smile. Her eyes are clear, warm. She holds out her hand. "Leo," she breathes, "you found us." Emily stands behind her, small, pale, wearing a nightgown dotted with stars. She doesn't smile. She just watches me with those deep black eyes, waiting. "Come sit," Maya says. "It's warm here, so warm." I walk toward them. The dust on my shoes puffs up with each step, smelling of old plaster and forgotten things. The music swells, the candles flicker, shadows dance on the walls like old friends. I take Maya's hand. Her skin is warm, real. Emily steps forward, her small hand slipping into my free one. Her fingers are ice cold, but as I hold her, the cold seeps into me. Not painful, peaceful, like sinking into deep water. Maya pulls back the quilt. The bed is made with crisp white sheets, and on the pillow, 2 fresh footprints are pressed into the fabric. Small, barefoot, waiting. "Lie down," Maya whispers. "Just close your eyes. It won't hurt after the first time." I do. The mattress is soft. The quilt smells of lavender and mothballs. Emily's cold hand rests on my chest. Maya's breath warms my cheek. The music box plays on. The last thing I feel is the dust settling on my eyelids. The last thing I hear is Emily's whisper, not in the air, but in my bones. "Shh, be still, be quiet, be home." The candles burn all night. The music never stops. The footprints on the pillow deepen, then still. Downstairs, the motel clerk hears nothing, just the steady drip of a faucet. In the morning, he'll find room 303 empty, the bed neatly made, the music box silent on the nightstand. A fine layer of gray dust coats the floorboards, and on the closet door, freshly carved into the wood, "We saved your bed." The sign on the 3rd-floor landing of the boarding house still hangs crookedly, but the "Do Not Enter" has been painted over in bright, cheerful red letters. It now reads, "Welcome home." The thumping starts at 2:17 a.m., not a warning, an invitation. The dust on the stairs puffs up around small bare feet as new silhouettes join the dance in the candlelight, waiting for the next lost soul to climb the stairs, to open the door, to finally be warm. The house is always hungry, but it's patient. It knows you'll come back. Everyone comes home eventually. Just listen for the music box. Listen for the whisper in the walls. Listen for the cold that only it can thaw. The sign isn't a warning anymore. It's a promise of quiet, of stillness, of holding hands in the warm dark. Don't be scared. Emily's waiting. She saved your bed. She saved it for so long. The door's open. The stairs are waiting. Step inside. Lie down. Close your eyes. The dust will keep you warm. The music will sing you to sleep. And the thumping in the walls, that's just the house breathing you in, breathing you out, breathing you whole, always home. And that is the end of this story. Now let's begin a new one. Something is living in the abandoned school, and it knows our names. The rain was the first mistake. It started as a drizzle just as we crested the pass, turning the narrow mountain road into a slick, muddy ribbon that clung precariously to the edge of the gorge. My old Jeep's headlights cut weak cones through the downpour, illuminating the skeletal trees clawing at the gray sky. Ben was driving, knuckles wide on the wheel, muttering curses under his breath. Chloe, in the back seat, had stopped taking photos of the atmospheric decay an hour ago and was now huddled in her jacket, shivering. We were lost, hopelessly, stupidly lost. The GPS died miles back, swallowed by the mountains and the storm. The map app on my phone had flickered its last signal near the last town, a cluster of buildings so small it barely warranted a dot before surrendering to the void. We'd taken a scenic detour off Route 37, lured by a faded sign promising historic Blackwood Valley, ghost town tours. Instead, we found decaying barns, overgrown fields, and finally, nothing but this winding, forgotten road leading deeper into the teeth of the storm. Then we saw the school. It rose out of the rain like a drowned carcass. Perched on a rise overlooking the churning, swollen river below, its silhouette was jagged and broken against the lightning-stroke sky. 2 stories of crumbling brick, windows shattered or boarded with rotten plywood, a cupola leaning drunkenly on the roof like a broken crown. A rusted swing, set in what might have been a playground, hung motionless, slick with rain. The sign over the arched entrance, barely legible under grime and ivy, read, "Blackwood Elementary, Esther 1898. Below it, someone had spray-painted in peeling red letters, "Go back." Christ, Ben breathed as the Jeep's tires crunched to a stop in the mud-choked parking lot, which was mostly weeds and potholes. "This place looks like it eats trespassers for breakfast. It's perfect," Chloe said, her voice suddenly bright, pulling out her camera despite the rain. "Abandoned schools are the best for urban exploration. The history, the decay, the vibes." She snapped a photo through the rain-streaked window. The flash reflected off the broken glass of a ground-floor window, catching something pale moving inside for a split second. I blinked. Just a trick of the light. It had to be. "We can't stay out here," I said, my voice tight. The Jeep was bucking in the wind now, rain hammering the roof like fists. "The river's rising fast if this road washes out." I didn't finish. We all knew we'd be stranded in the mountains with no signal, no supplies, and a storm that showed no sign of stopping. The school, for all its ominous decay, was solid. Shelter. We hole up inside until the storm passes. Few hours, maybe. Then we find a way back to the main road at first light. Ben groaned, but killed the engine. The sudden silence, broken only by the drumming rain and the roar of the river, was almost worse. We grabbed our packs, water bottles, a half-eaten bag of chips, Ben's emergency blanket, Chloe's camera gear, and scrambled out into the deluge. The mud sucked at our boots as we ran for the school's entrance, the go-back sign glinting mockingly in the Jeep's dying headlights, before they too went out, plunging us into near-total darkness, save for our headlamps. The main doors were chained shut with a thick rusted lock, but around the side, near what looked like a boiler room entrance, a basement window had been pried open, the plywood torn away. Rainwater poured through the gap. It was tight, but we squeezed in one by one, landing with wet thuds on a concrete floor that smelled of mildew, wet rat, and something else, faintly sweet, like old syrup gone bad. Inside, the darkness was absolute, thick and suffocating. Our headlamp beams cut shaky paths through the gloom, revealing a basement corridor choked with debris, fallen pipes, mountains of waterlogged textbooks, the skeletal remains of metal shelving. The air was frigid, far colder than the storm outside, and carried that cloying sweet rot smell stronger now. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling somewhere ahead, echoing in the stillness. Plink, plink, plink. "This place is a death trap," Ben muttered, shining his light on a section of ceiling where plaster hung like loose skin. "One good sneeze and the whole thing comes down." "Relax," Chloe said, her voice echoing slightly as she moved ahead, her camera already out, capturing the decay. It's just old. Abandoned places are safe if you're careful." She stopped, aiming her light down a side corridor. "Look, the old gymnasium." Her beam illuminated a vast space beyond a broken archway. Rows of rusted, collapsed bleachers rose on one side. The floor was a mosaic of broken glass and waterlogged basketballs. At the far end, a faded mural of a smiling, apple-cheeked child holding a book was peeling off the wall, the face half consumed by black mold. It looked less like decay and more like something eating it from behind. We found a relatively dry corner near the old boiler, a hulking, dead metal beast coated in dust, and spread Ben's emergency blanket on the concrete. We shared the chips, the taste of salt and stale corn feeling jarringly normal in this place. The storm raged outside, wind howling through the broken windows above, the river a constant threatening roar. Inside, the silence between the drips and the storm sounds was profound, oppressive. It felt like the building was holding its breath. That's when the whispers started. At first I thought it was the wind whistling through cracks, a low, sibilant hiss that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Then it resolved. Not words, not exactly, but names. Faint, dry, papery whispers, layered over each other like the rustle of dead leaves skittering on concrete. Ben, Chloe, Eli. My blood turned to ice. I jerked my head up, my light beam swinging wildly. Ben and Chloe froze, chips halfway to their mouths. Their faces were pale in the headlamp glow. "Did you—" Ben started, his voice hoarse. "Shh!" Chloe hissed, her eyes wide, scanning the darkness beyond our light. The whispering stopped. Utter silence rushed back in, heavier than before. My heart hammered against my ribs. It had to be the wind. Echoes, our own names bouncing off the old walls, distorted by the storm. It had to be. We sat in tense silence for what felt like hours, jumping at every drip, every groan of the old building settling. The storm began to ease just before dawn, the rain slackening to a drizzle, the river's roar fading to a sullen growl. Gray light filtered weakly through the high, broken windows of the gym, casting long, distorted shadows. "We should go," I said, my voice rough. "Now, before it gets fully light and someone sees us trespassing." The thought of explaining our presence in this condemned death trap to some angry local sheriff wasn't appealing. Chloe, however, was already on her feet, her camera raised. "Wait, just one more look upstairs. The classrooms, the old blackboards, the light's perfect now for moody shots." She gestured towards a staircase leading up from the gym, its wooden steps sagging and slick with damp. "Chloe, no," Ben said firmly. "We're leaving. That whispering, it was the wind," she insisted, already moving towards the stairs. "Come on, 5 minutes. This place is gold." She started up the steps, her light bobbing ahead. I looked at Ben. He sighed, the sound loud in the quiet. 5 minutes, then we're gone. He followed her. I had no choice but to follow. The stairs groaned under our weight, each creak echoing unnaturally loud in the empty stairwell. This upper hallway was narrower, lined with dark doorways, classrooms. Lockers lined one wall, their doors hanging open or crushed inward, revealing empty, rusted interiors. The sweet rot smell was stronger here, mixed with the chalky dust of decades. Chloe pushed open the first classroom door. Desks were overturned, textbooks scattered like fallen soldiers. A teacher's desk stood at the front, covered in a thick layer of gray dust. On the green chalkboard behind it, Scrawled in bright, fresh yellow chalk that hadn't been there minutes ago, was a single word. Welcome. We all froze. Chloe lowered her camera, her bravado gone. That wasn't there before?" she whispered. "Okay, that's it," Ben said, his voice tight with fear. "We're leaving. Now." As we turned to head back to the stairs, Chloe's foot kicked something on the floor near the door, a small, water-stained notebook. She picked it up, flipping it open with trembling fingers. The pages were filled with childish, looping handwriting. The entries were dated, all from the same week in October 1947. The last entry, the ink slightly smudged as if by tears, read, Oct. 28, 1947. "Something lives in the walls. It watches from the vents. It whispers when the lights go out. It knows my name. It called me Lily in the dark last night. No one calls me Lily anymore. Mama says my name is Martha now. It's not supposed to know. It's not supposed to be here. Mr. Henderson, the principal, says it's just rats. But rats don't write on the chalkboard. Rats don't say your name like they love you. It's hungry. I can feel it. It's hungry for something, for us. Don't let it see you blink. It counts your blinks. It counts your breaths. It knows when you're scared. It likes it when you're scared. We have to leave. But the doors are locked from the outside now. Mama says it's for our safety. From the storm. But the storm was 3 days ago. The doors are locked from the outside. The thing in the walls is laughing. It sounds like dry leaves in a tin can. It's laughing because it knows. It knows we're staying. It knows our names. Chloe dropped the notebook as if burned. "Oh, God," she breathed. "Oh, God, oh, God." A new sound broke the silence. Not a whisper, a voice. Dry, rasping, like stones grinding together, impossibly loud and clear, seeming to come from every direction at once, echoing in the empty hallway, vibrating in our bones. "Chloe!" She screamed, a raw, terrified sound. Ben grabbed her arm, yanking her towards the stairs. I was right behind him. We stumbled down the groaning steps, crashing through the gym, heading for the basement entrance where we'd come in. The storm outside had mostly passed, but the gray dawn light offered little comfort. We burst into the basement corridor. The weak light from the high windows didn't reach here. Our headlamps swept the darkness, frantic. The boiler room entrance was just ahead. We were almost there. Then the lights went out. Not our headlamps. The beams still cut through the gloom. But the feeling of light vanished. The darkness ahead of us, near the exit, deepened into something absolute, a solid black wall that swallowed our beams. It wasn't shadow. It was absence. From that wall of pure dark, the voice came again, not rasping now, smooth, cold, familiar. It used my name first. Eli. The sound wasn't just heard. It was felt. It vibrated in my teeth, resonated in the hollow of my chest. It knew the exact timbre of my mother's voice when she called me for dinner as a child. It knew the lilt in Sarah's voice when she said my name in the dark before she left. It was a voice stitched together from every intimate whisper of my name, twisted into something utterly alien and hungry. Before I could react, it spoke Ben's name. Ben. But it wasn't Ben's name. It was the sound of his father's voice, thick with disappointment the day Ben failed his driver's test, layered with the choked sob of his grandmother at his grandfather's funeral. It was the sound of Ben's deepest insecurities given voice. Then Chloe. Chloe. And it was the cruel, high-pitched giggle of the girls who bullied her in middle school, mixed with the desperate, pleading tone of her brother's voice the night he overdosed, calling her name as the ambulance arrived too late. It was the sound of her worst memories weaponized. We stood paralyzed, not by the darkness, but by the sheer, violating intimacy of the sound. It knew us. Not just our names, but the weight they carried, the memories they held. It had been listening for years, for lifetimes. Don't listen, Ben choked out, his voice breaking. Don't let it in. He grabbed Chloe's hand and mine, yanking us forward into the wall of darkness. Our headlamp beams vanished, snuffed out like candles. We stumbled blindly, hands outstretched, hitting cold, wet brick, the basement window. We scrabbled at the frame, slick with rain and mud. Ben boosted Chloe up first. She scrambled through, sobbing. I went next, Ben pushing from below. I tumbled out into the muddy dawn, gasping, pulling Chloe away from the building. Ben followed, landing hard in the mud beside us. We didn't stop running until we reached the Jeep, miraculously still there, sunk deep in mud, but intact. We threw ourselves inside, Ben fumbling the keys, the engine roaring to life on the first try. He spun the tires, mud flying, and we fishtailed back down the mountain road, the school shrinking in the rearview mirror. We didn't speak for miles. The only sounds were the Jeep's engine, our ragged breathing, and the oppressive silence of the mountains. We finally found a gas station just off Route 37, its neon sign a beacon of blessed normalcy. We bought coffee, sandwiches that tasted like cardboard, and charged our dead phones. The storm was gone. Sunlight glinted off the wet pavement. Life returned. We laughed then, shaky, hysterical laughter. "Can you believe that?" Ben said, running a hand through his muddy hair. The whispers, the notebook, that voice, man, that was some next-level creepy, like Hollywood creepy. Chloe nodded, forcing a smile, but her eyes were red-rimmed, haunted. It knew things. "It was the storm," I said, the lie tasting bitter. "Wind playing tricks, old buildings settling, our imaginations running wild in the dark." I had to believe it. I needed to believe it. We drove back to the city. Days passed, weeks. The memory of Blackwood Elementary began to fade, softening at the edges like a bad dream. We joked about it sometimes. Remember the name whisperer? But the jokes felt hollow, forced. Then, 3 weeks after we got back, I was alone in my apartment washing dishes. The water ran in the sink. Outside, the city hummed, its usual symphony of traffic and distant sirens. Normal, safe. Then, cutting through the mundane sounds clear as a bell, came that dry, rasping voice. Not from the walls, not from outside. It came from inside my own head, smooth, cold, intimate, using the exact inflection Sarah used when she whispered my name the first time she kissed me. Eli. The coffee mug slipped from my soapy hand, shattering on the tile floor. I didn't move. I just stood there, water running over my hands, staring at the steam rising from the sink. The voice didn't speak again. It didn't need to. It had made its point. It wasn't in the school. The school was just its doorway, its hunting ground, but it had followed us out. It had latched onto the sound of our names, the unique resonance of our fear. It didn't need the decaying bricks and broken glass. It lived in the silence between heartbeats, in the pause before a breath, in the echo of a name spoken in memory. I haven't been alone in the dark since. I sleep with the lights on. I fill my apartment with noise, the TV, music, anything to drown out the silence where the whispers live. I flinch when my phone rings, terrified it will be that voice. I avoid looking at old photographs of myself, afraid to see if my reflection blinks less often now. Ben moved away last month. Said he got a job offer out of state. His texts are brief, distant. Last week, he sent a single message. Do you ever hear it in the quiet? It calls my name when the lights go out in the bathroom. It sounds like my dad. I can't sleep. I didn't reply. What could I say? Chloe stopped posting on social media. Her last photo was a blurry shot of a streetlight at night, captioned, "The quiet is loud tonight." She hasn't answered my calls. It's not just a memory, it's a tenant. It's living in the abandoned spaces inside us now, and it knows our names. It always will. It counts our blinks. It listens to our breaths, and it's waiting, not in the school on the mountain, here, in the quiet corners of our own lives, in the silence after the phone rings, in the dark before dawn. It's patient. It has all the time in the world because it's not just an it anymore. It's part of us, and it's hungry, always hungry, for the sound of our fear, for the taste of our names on the air. I hear it now as I write this, not a whisper, a breath, right behind me, soft, familiar, waiting for me to turn around, waiting for me to say my own name out loud. Don't, whatever you do, don't say your name. It's listening. It's always listening. And it knows. It knows you're reading this. It knows your name too. Can you feel it? That cold spot on your neck? That's not the AC. That's its breath. Don't look. Don't blink. Just keep reading. It likes it when you read. It likes the sound of your thoughts. Your name. This is where the story ends. Let's continue with the next. We heard a church bell ring from the middle of the forest with no church around. The rain started an hour after we crossed the county line into Blackwater County. Not a summer shower, but a cold, relentless November downpour that turned the two-lane blacktop into a slick gray mirror reflecting the bruised sky. My old Honda sputtered, the check engine light blinking like a nervous heartbeat. Mara, in the passenger seat, traced patterns in the fogged-up window with her finger, her silence heavy, with the unspoken argument we'd been having since breakfast, about money, about her mother's illness, about the suffocating weight of a future that felt less like a path and more like a closing trap. We needed this trip. A weekend at her cousin's cabin in the Whisper Pines, she'd said. Deep woods, no cell service, just us and the trees. It sounded like salvation. Then the engine died, not with a bang, but a wet, shuddering cough that left us coasting to a stop on the shoulder, tires sinking into mud. The rain hammered the roof, the only sound in the vast, empty landscape. No houses, no lights, just skeletal trees clawing at the sky and the endless hiss of rain on wet asphalt. My phone was dead. The map in the glove compartment was a soggy pulp. We were stranded in the middle of nowhere with nothing but the dim glow of the emergency flashers and the deepening chill seeping through the car's thin metal skin. That's when we heard it. Faint at first, buried beneath the drumming rain, a single clear note, deep, resonant, the sound of a church bell. Mara sat up straighter. Do you hear that? I killed the flashers, plunging us into near darkness. The rain's roar filled the sudden silence. Then it came again, louder, closer. Bong! The tone was pure, ancient, vibrating in my chest like a struck tuning fork. It didn't echo. It filled the air, cutting through the storm's noise with impossible clarity. Church bell? I frowned, peering into the wall of rain and trees. Out here? There's nothing for miles. Mara was already unbuckling her seatbelt. It's coming from the woods, to the east. She pointed, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and that restless curiosity that always got her into trouble. We should check. Maybe it's a ranger station or a farm. We should stay in the car, I said, my hand tightening on the wheel. It's freezing. We're soaked. And that bell, it doesn't sound right. It sounds like help, she insisted, already opening her door. Cold rain lashed in. Come on, Ben. What's the alternative? Sit here and freeze? She was right. Reluctantly, I grabbed the emergency blanket from the trunk and followed her into the downpour. The bell rang again as we stumbled off the road, the sound seeming to pull us forward, guiding us through the curtain of rain and the dense wall of pines. The forest floor was a treacherous mush of mud and slick pine needles. The usual forest sounds were absent. No birds, no rustling squirrels, just the rain and that relentless resonant bong, bong, bong. After what felt like an hour but was probably 20 minutes, we broke through a thicket of blackberry brambles into a clearing. The bell stopped. The silence that followed was deeper, heavier than the storm. The rain still fell, but it sounded muffled, distant, as if the clearing existed in a bubble of its own quiet. In the center of the clearing stood a single ancient oak tree, its trunk thick as a house, branches stretching like gnarled arms against the gray sky, and hanging from the lowest, sturdiest branch, suspended by thick, rotten rope, was the bell. It was massive, cast iron, pitted with age and green with verdigris, easily the size of a washtub. No church, no steeple, just the bell, swaying gently in the damp air, though there was no wind. Rainwater pooled in its lip, spilling over in slow, deliberate drips that echoed like tiny chimes. No church, Mara breathed, her voice hushed with awe. Just the bell. She took a step forward, drawn to it like iron to a magnet. Mara, wait, I said, grabbing her arm. This is wrong. Who puts a bell like that in the middle of nowhere, and why does it ring by itself? She shook me off, her eyes fixed on the bell. It's beautiful. Look at the craftsmanship. She reached out, her fingers hovering inches from the cold, wet metal. It's still warm. I felt it too, a faint, unnatural warmth radiating from the iron, cutting through the chill. As her fingertips brushed the surface, the bell let out a soft, mournful not a ring, but a vibration that resonated up her arm, making her shiver. Her eyes fluttered closed. A small, serene smile touched her lips. It's calling, she whispered. It's calling them home. Who, Mara? Who's it calling? My voice was tight with panic, but she didn't answer. She just stood there, hand on the bell, her face tilted up like she was listening to something only she could hear. The rain stopped falling within the clearing. The air grew still, thick with the scent of wet earth and something else, ozone, sharp and electric, like the air before a lightning strike. Then the whispers began, not from the trees, from the ground, dry papery rustles that seemed to rise from the mud at our feet. Layered voices, men and women and children speaking in unison, a chorus of sighs that formed words. Come, rest, home. Mara's eyes snapped open. They weren't her eyes anymore. The warmth, the curiosity, was gone, replaced by a depthless, ancient calm. "They're waiting," she said, her voice layered with the whispers, dry as dead leaves skittering on stone. "The ones who heard the bell, they found peace." She turned to me, her hand still on the bell. "You hear it too, Ben, don't you? The quiet after the ringing, the peace." I backed away, my boots sinking into the mud. "Mara, snap out of it. This thing, it's not real peace. It's hungry." The bell hummed again, louder this time. The whispers surged, becoming a roar that filled a clearing, vibrating in my bones. "Stay, rest, belong." The mud around the oak tree's roots began to shift, not with worms or burrowing animals, with shapes, human shapes. Pale, skeletal hands, slick with black mud, broke the surface. Then arms, shoulders, faces, gaunt, eyeless, mouths open in silent welcome, pushed up from the earth. Dozens of them, men in tattered overalls, women in faded dresses, children clutching mud-caked toys, all rising from the ground like roots seeking the sun, all facing Mara, all reaching for her with those muddy hands. Mara didn't flinch. She stepped forward into their midst. "It's okay," she soothed, her voice calm, inhuman. "The bell calls everyone home, eventually, even the lonely ones." She looked back at me, her eyes holding a terrible, beautiful pity. "You're so very lonely, Ben. The bell knows. It's been ringing for you for a long time." The mud figures parted, forming a path toward the base of the oak. In the center, the earth was soft, yielding, like fresh-turned soil. A space waited, empty, for her. "Don't!" I screamed, lunging forward, but the mud sucked at my boots, holding me fast. "Mara, please, fight it." She smiled that serene, empty smile. "I'm not fighting anymore, Ben. The ringing stops here. The noise, it's gone." She knelt at the edge of the soft earth. The mud figures closed around her, not grabbing, but embracing. Their muddy hands smoothed her hair, brushed the rain from her cheeks. They lowered her gently onto her back in the soft earth. She didn't struggle. She just lay there, staring up at the gray sky, a look of profound relief on her face. The bell rang once, a single perfect bong that shook the rain from the leaves. The mud rose, not violently, gently, covering her legs, her waist, her chest. Only her face remained pale and calm, her eyes fixed on mine. "It's warm," she whispered, her voice fading, blending with the whispers in the earth. "So warm. No more noise, no more fear, just peace." The mud covered her mouth, her nose, her eyes. The bell fell silent. The mud figures sank back into the earth, leaving no trace. The clearing was empty. Just the ancient oak, the hanging bell, and me. The rain started falling again, cold and hard. I stumbled back through the woods, blind with tears, tripping over roots, not stopping, until I collapsed against my car on the road. The Honda's engine sputtered to life on the third try. I drove until the gas gauge hit empty at a dusty crossroads diner 50 miles away. I didn't tell the police about Mara. I said she'd wandered off into the woods during an argument, that I'd searched for hours in the storm. They found her boot near the road, placed neatly on a rock. No footprints leading away, just the boot. They called off the search after 3 days. "Lost in the wilderness," the report said. "Presumed deceased." I moved cities, changed my name. I sleep with the lights on. I avoid forests, avoid the sound of bells. But the clearing followed me. It's in the quiet moments, when the city noise fades at 3 a.m. When I stand in my kitchen pouring a glass of water, I hear it, faint. Beneath the hum of the refrigerator, a deep, resonant bong. Then another and another. The rain starts falling inside my apartment, cold and silent, pooling on the floorboards. The scent of wet earth and ozone fills the air. Last Tuesday, I found a single, smooth river stone on my pillow, cold, wet, smelling of deep earth. Last night, the power went out. The emergency lights in the hallway flickered on, casting long, dancing shadows. Shadows that didn't match the fire extinguisher or the mail slots. Shadows with too many limbs, too many heads. They reached for my door. The puddle on my floorboards began to shift, swirling into muddy handprints. The whisper came not under the door, but inside my head. In Mara's voice, calm and warm. "The bell's ringing, Ben. It's time to come home." I don't fight it anymore. The ache in my chest isn't pain, it's relief. The silence isn't empty. It's full of waiting, full of warm earth, full of Mara's serene smile. I unbolt the door. The hallway light is dead. Only the emergency glow remains, painting the muddy footprints leading away from my threshold. They're not just Mara's prints now. Men's boots, women's shoes, children's bare feet, all leading down the hall, toward the street, toward the forest. I step out, close my apartment door softly behind me. The puddle on the stairs puffs up around my feet, smelling of sagebrush and old rain. The bell rings again, closer now, clearer. Bong, bong, bong. The front door of the apartment building stands open. No one lives on this floor at night. The street is empty, silent. But down the road, on the edge of town where the city lights fade and the forest begins, a single, clear note rings out. Deep, resonant, calling. I walk toward it. My car is already parked on the shoulder, engine cold, but hood warm to the touch. Inside, the passenger seat is empty. The emergency blanket lies folded neatly on the floor. In the clearing, the ancient oak waits. The bell sways gently on its rotting rope, its iron warm in the cold air. At the base of the tree, the earth is soft, yielding. A space waits, empty, for me. Mara stands beside it, not muddy, not skeletal, whole, radiant. Her eyes are warm, human again, filled with love and peace. She holds out her hand. Her skin is warm, real. "The ringing stops here, Ben," she says, her voice clear, free of whispers. No more noise, no more fear, just us, just peace. I take her hand. The mud rises gently, not cold but warm as fresh soil in spring. It covers my feet, my legs, my chest. Mara's face is the last thing I see. Her smile, her love, her peace. The bell rings one final time, a single, perfect bong that shakes the rain from the leaves and silences the world. The mud covers my eyes. The noise stops. The peace begins. Deep, endless, warm. The bell hangs silent in the clearing. The rain falls softly on the ancient oak. The earth breathes, and in the quiet dark, two figures rest, hand in hand. Finally, home. The forest doesn't keep its secrets. It keeps its people. The bell doesn't call the lost. It calls the weary, the lonely, the ones who've carried noise too long. It offers silence. It offers earth. It offers hands to hold in the warm dark. The next time you hear a bell ring in the middle of nowhere, don't follow it. Don't be curious. Run. Run until your lungs burn and your legs give out. Because the peace it offers isn't rest. It's belonging. And the forest is always hungry for one more to stand beneath the oak, hand in hand, in the warm, quiet dark. The bell is ringing right now. Can you hear it? beneath the traffic, beneath the sirens, beneath the voices in your head. It's ringing for you. It knows how tired you are. It knows how lonely. It's been waiting. The mud is soft. The hands are ready. The peace is deep. Just listen. Bong, bong, bong. Come home. This story has come to an end. Let's start the next. The last sign we passed said turn back, but there was no road behind us. The road hadn't been on the map. That should have been the first warning. We were aiming for Silver Springs, a supposedly charming ghost town turned B&B halfway through our cross-country drive from Portland to Albuquerque. Maya, my girlfriend of 6 months, was navigations. She swore she saw a shortcut on her app. Scenic back roads saves 2 hours. That cut through the desolate stretch of the Nevada-Oregon border known locally as the Boneyard Desert. I'd argued. My old Ford F-150 wasn't built for washboard gravel, and the Boneyard had a reputation for swallowing cars whole. But Maya's eyes lit up with that adventurous spark I'd fallen for, and the promise of shaving 2 hours off the drive was tempting. "Live a little, Ben," she'd laughed, punching the coordinates into her phone. "It's just a road." It started as a 2-lane blacktop, smooth and empty under the relentless afternoon sun. Then it narrowed. Then the pavement ended, dissolving into graded gravel that kicked up a blinding dust cloud behind us. The landscape grew stranger. The familiar sagebrush and juniper gave way to twisted skeletal trees with bark like charred bone, their branches clawing at a sky that seemed too vast, too empty. The mountains in the distance weren't purple-hazed. They were sharp, black teeth against the horizon. The air grew still, heavy, smelling of dust and something dry and mineral like crushed flint. My radio crackled and died, replaced by a low, steady hiss that seemed to come from the land itself. Maya's phone lost signal, then battery, plunging us into silence broken only by the groan of the truck's suspension and the crunch of tires on the endless white gravel. "Okay," Maya admitted, her voice small, peering out at the desolation. "Maybe the scenic part is interpretive." She tried to backtrack on the map, but the screen was dark. "We'll just keep going. It has to connect back to the highway eventually, right?" We drove for hours. The sun sank, painting the skeletal trees in long, grasping shadows. The temperature plummeted. Just as the first stars pricked the violet sky, we crested a rise. Below us, the gravel road ended abruptly at a massive, rusted chain stretched taut between 2 concrete pillars. Beyond the chain, the road continued, but it wasn't gravel anymore. It was black, smooth asphalt, stretching straight into the heart of the black-toothed mountain, and bolted to the chain, hanging crookedly, was a sign. It was newer than the chain, but weathered, the paint peeling. The words were stenciled in stark red letters that looked almost fresh against the bleached wood. "Turn back." Below it, scratched crudely into the wood with something sharp, were the words, "It's still hungry." Maya and I stared at it, the truck idling, the only sound in the vast silence. The command felt less like advice and more like a plea carved by someone running for their life. My foot hovered over the brake. Every instinct screamed to turn around, to find some way back through the skeletal forest, even if it took all night. But Maya leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the smooth, dark road ahead. "It's just a prank," she said, her voice tight but trying for conviction. Or some local ordinance. Ranchers don't want tourists on their land. Look how smooth that road is. It's probably the access road to Silver Springs. We're saved." She pointed to a faint, flickering light far in the distance, nestled between the black peaks. "See? Town lights." Logic warred with primal dread. The smooth road was undeniable. The light was real. Maybe the sign was just a scare tactic. We were already here. Turning back meant hours of bone-jarring gravel in the dark, with no guarantee we'd find the original highway junction. The smooth road promised salvation. I swallowed the lump in my throat, put the truck in drive, and drove slowly through the gap in the chain, the metal links scraping against the undercarriage like fingernails on a chalkboard. The sign swung gently in our wake. The asphalt was unnervingly smooth, silent under the tires. The skeletal trees fell away, replaced by sheer obsidian cliffs that rose on either side, blocking out the stars. The air grew colder, the dry, flinty smell intensifying. The flickering light ahead seemed to grow brighter, resolving into clusters of warm yellow glows. Street lights, house windows. Hope, fragile but real, bloomed in my chest. We rounded a bend, and the road opened into a wide valley. There was no town. There was only the road. It stretched on, perfectly straight, perfectly black, vanishing into the horizon under a sky choked with stars so bright they seemed cold and sharp. On either side, for as far as the headlights could reach, was nothing but flat gray dust, a vast empty plain that looked less like earth and more like powdered bone. No buildings, no trees, no sign of life. Just the road, a dark scar on the gray expanse, and the oppressive, crushing silence. Where is it?" Maya whispered, her voice trembling, her earlier bravado shattered. She frantically scanned the horizon. "The lights! They were right there!" I slowed the truck to a stop. The engine idled, the sound unnaturally loud in the void. I killed the headlights, plunging us into near total darkness. They only light the impossible brilliance of the stars overhead. We waited, listened, nothing. No wind, no insects, no distant hum of civilization. Just the absolute suffocating silence of a place that had never known life. We have to go back," I said, my voice rough, "right now." I put the truck in reverse and hit the gas. The tires spun on the smooth asphalt for a second before gripping. We sped back the way we came, the obsidian cliffs rising to block the stars again. My heart pounded against my ribs. We rounded the bend where we'd last seen the skeletal trees, where the chain and the sign should be. The road behind us was gone, not blocked, not washed out. Gone. Where the gravel road should have been, where the skeletal forest stood minutes ago, there was only the same endless flat expanse of gray dust, stretching back to the horizon under the cold stars. The obsidian cliffs continued seamlessly on both sides, enclosing us on a black ribbon of road. We were on an island of asphalt in a sea of nothing. Maya screamed, "No, no, no, no! It was right there!" She pounded the dashboard, tears streaming down her face. "The sign, the chain, the trees, where are they?" I slammed the brakes. The truck skidded slightly on the smooth surface. I threw it into drive and accelerated forward again, towards the distant flickering light that now felt like a cruel mirage. Maybe the town was further. Maybe we just hadn't reached it. We drove for what? Felt like an hour, the landscape unchanging, the light stubbornly distant. Exhaustion and terror warred in my gut. Finally, I pulled over again. The engine ticked as it cooled. The silence pressed in, heavier than before. It felt alive, watching, waiting. "Check the mirrors," Maya whispered, her voice raw. I looked in the rear view. Only darkness. The side mirrors reflected the star-filled sky and the gray void. Nothing behind us, nothing ahead but the road and the false promise of light. Then I saw it. In the passenger side mirror, a figure, standing at the very edge of the gray dust, just beyond where the asphalt met the void. It was tall, impossibly thin, its outline blurred, as if seen through heat haze. It had no discernible features, just a suggestion of a head, shoulders, limbs. It wasn't moving. It was just there, watching the truck. "Don't look," Maya choked out, her eyes squeezed shut. "Don't look at it." I tore my eyes away, my heart hammering. "Did you see it?" She nodded mutely, trembling. It was waiting. We sat in terrified silence for what felt like hours. The false town lights never got closer. The figure in the mirror never moved. The silence deepened, becoming a physical pressure in my ears. Then a new sound, faint at first, then growing louder, a dry, rhythmic thumping, like something heavy being dragged. It was coming from the front of the truck. I slowly turned my head to look through the windshield. Standing directly in the middle of the road, maybe 50 yards ahead, was another figure, identical to the one behind. Tall, thin, featureless, blurred. It raised one impossibly long arm, not pointing, just holding it out, palm open, towards the truck, as if waiting for an offering. The dry, thumping sound seemed to emanate from it. Panic, cold, and absolute seized me. "Hold on," I yelled, throwing the truck into drive and slamming the accelerator. The engine roared, tires screaming on the smooth asphalt as we lurched forward, straight towards the figure. It didn't move. It didn't flinch. As the headlights hit it, it didn't cast a shadow. It seemed to absorb the light. At the last possible second, as we were about to hit it, the figure simply wasn't there. It vanished. The truck shot forward into empty road. I didn't stop. I drove blindly, tears blurring my vision. The image of that outstretched hand burned into my retinas. We drove until the truck sputtered. The fuel gauge finally hitting empty. We coasted to a stop in the middle of the endless black road, surrounded by the gray dust sea. The stars watched. The silence listened. We sat in the cab as true night fell, the cold seeping through the metal. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We were trapped on a road to nowhere, with no past and no future, stalked by things that watched from the void and knew we were prey. The false town lights were gone. There was only the road, the dust, and the stars. Hours later, as the first gray light of a sunless dawn began to bleed into the sky, Maya stirred. She pointed a shaking finger ahead, her voice a broken whisper. "Ben, look." I followed her gaze. Up the road, maybe a quarter-mile away, stood another sign. It was identical to the first. Rusty chains stretched beside it between two concrete posts that hadn't been there before. The red letters screamed in the dim light. "Turn back." Below it, fresh scratches marred the wood, the message clear even from this distance. "It's still hungry." And standing just behind the sign, barely visible in the gloom, were three figures. Tall, thin, waiting, their blurred heads tilted slightly, as if listening to the frantic beat of our hearts carried on the silent air. There was no road behind us, only the gray dust, and ahead, only the sign, the chain, and the things that lived in the silence between the stars. The truck was empty. The road stretched on, and the hunger was patient. It knew we had nowhere else to go. It knew we would have to drive forward, towards the sign, towards the outstretched hands waiting in the dust. Because turning back wasn't an option. There was no back. There was only the road, and the things that watched from the edges of the world, and the terrible gnawing emptiness that followed in their wake. Maya started to hum a tuneless, shaky sound, just to fill the silence. But the silence swallowed it whole. The figures didn't move. They just watched and waited. For the engine to start again, for the tires to roll forward, for the next course to begin. The road wasn't a path. It was a trap. And we were already on the plate.